Hey, everybody. Hi. It is so good to be with you this week, especially. I am Sarah Rosen-Mortel, and I have the great privilege as serving as the president of the Urban Institute, and also for getting to be the first to thank both the in-person and the virtual audience for joining us. I will say right now that without a doubt, this is going to be the best part of my week. There is a lot going on around the world these days, and that does command our attention. But we cannot be distracted from also keeping focus on finding solutions to improve lives and strengthen communities. And today we are proud to showcase new understanding and insight that can lead to solutions to strengthen Latino homeownership in America. Before we get to all that, I have to do the housekeeping notes. So today's event is recorded, and the recording will be posted online at urban.org/events. Live captions are enabled should you choose to use them. Speaker bios and slides are on that event homepage, I think right now, and will be there ongoing. And finally, if you're in the virtual audience, please submit questions using the form that is being dropped in the chat right now. And if you're in the room here, you can use your phone to scan the QR on the table, and you can add your questions that way. Next, I want to take a moment to thank one of my absolute favorite partners of the Urban Institute, UnidosUS, for supporting today's event, and more importantly, the work that we're showcasing here today. I will also give a shameless plug for an upcoming piece of work that we did with their affiliate, Raza Development Fund, and also Unidos, with the support of many of the same funding partners here today. It's about how Latino-serving CDFIs can help to shape a thriving American economy. It goes deep into the role of the CDFI sector in serving Latino communities, and it's full of insights that I hope the entire CDFI sector will pay attention to. But for today, I want to just say how proud we are to be the research partner for the Home Ownership Means Equity, or HOME initiative, here that this work today is a part of. And I want to especially express appreciation for how UnidosUS partners with us. We are not advocates, but you appreciate the value that comes from the credibility of independent research, and you create opportunities for us to do work that supports action, that supports people who are wrestling with problems in real world, and that helps us be more relevant, more timely, more impactful. I often point to UnidosUS as a model partner for our organization. And I have looked up and learned from my great friend, Janet Murguia, since we first worked together in the White House, let's just say some years ago. Janet is an inspiring leader, and I feel privileged to partner with her again and again. I also want to celebrate Laura Arce, Senior Vice President for Economic Initiatives at UnidosUS, and who's been our liaison for this effort. I can't see it in this. There you are. There you, my friends are. Laura is a true expert in housing, a true pro in all aspects of her work, and she is a true friend to so many people here at Urban. And I know Laura is just part of the fabulous team that we work with together, but I say to all of them, thank you. But we're here to talk about housing. Housing remains at the top of the political agenda, and despite extreme polarization, it is the one place where policymakers at every level of government on both sides of the aisle are united in appreciating the need for solutions. I often cite something I heard Governor Spencer Cox say about a year ago when he came out of a National Governors Association meeting, and they were talking about the housing problems, the different housing problems in all of the different states. And he said, in that room, you couldn't tell who was a D and who was an R, because everyone is seeking solutions. It's that important. Accessing and sustaining homeownership is the primary way, whether it should be or not, this is how our economic system is structured. It's the primary way by which most families in the US build wealth. And I recently heard a discussion that talked about the extent to which those in older generations who have had access to homeownership and 401ks were buffered by the impacts of inflation in recent days. But those who did not were hit most hardly by it. Imagine a world where a whole generation doesn't acquire homeownership till much later in life, if at all. And a growing share of that generation facing these challenges today is Latino. That's really harmful to those families and to our larger economy. This matters to all of us. And we know that Latinos, among others, have historically been excluded from homeownership opportunities and continue to face barriers to homeownership. And that bodes very poorly for both economic and political stability ahead. This matters to us all. Research by Urban's Housing Finance Policy Center, who's hosting today, finds that Latinos will drive the majority of net growth in households and homeowners over the coming decades. Supporting the Latino population in responsibly accessing homeownership is a key to a thriving U.S. housing market of the future, as it is to equity and fairness in our country. In July 2023, in collaboration with UnidosUS, urban researchers published a research agenda titled Priorities for Advancing Latino Homeownership. The research agenda outlines what we know and what we don't know about expanding these housing opportunities. Through a call for papers process that was focused on answering some of those questions, UNIDOS funded several researchers from around the country to tackle some of these issues, and today you are going to get to hear their findings. This is new and groundbreaking research on topics including the spatial distribution of the racial homeownership gap, place-based initiatives that are working to increase Latino homeownership, the role of housing supply in Latino communities, the impact of climate disasters, increasingly frequent on Latino communities, often in places vulnerable to those, and the experiences of Latinos in accessing mortgage credit and building wealth through homeownership. We're very excited to share these with you today, which we know can help equip policymakers with the data and evidence they need to inform practice and policy, while also improving access and sustainability of homeownership for Latino families. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Janet and just add my thanks to what I know she'll express to all of those who helped to make this work by both our institutions possible. And thank you again for being here.
Good morning. Buenos dias. Thank you all for joining us today, and thank you, Sarah, for that warm welcome and for hosting us here at the Urban Institute's beautiful offices. Hello to everyone who's joining us and watching us through the live stream. Before I begin my official remarks, I do want to say how excited I am to be here, but to be honest about having a heavy heart this morning. I'm a Kansan, and as Sarah said, there's a lot going on here in these last few days, but I'm struck by the tragedy of the American Airlines flight regional jet that collided with the Black Hawk helicopter last night, and the lives of those who are on the plane, their families, and to those who are working hard to try to rescue the first responders and all the work involved there. We're not far from that scene, and I just felt like it's important for us to acknowledge that and to know that our thoughts and prayers are with those families. So thank you. I just want to say how wonderful it is for me and special to partner with the Urban Institute, and in particular with Sarah Rosen Ortel. As Sarah hinted to you all, she and I go way back, back to our days at the White House working for President Clinton. She was Deputy Assistant to the President for Economic Policy when I was Deputy Assistant to the President for Legislative Affairs. She was a housing and urban affairs expert and as impressive a colleague as I have ever had. I knew then she would continue to have a big impact on whatever she focused on, and in particular, on policy. We saw that as she became the co-founder and chief operating officer for the Center for American Progress, and now as only the third president of the Urban Institute in its 57-year history. Thank you, Sarah, for your stellar service and dedication to improving the lives of everyday Americans, and for your partnership, and especially for your friendship. So this is personal for me. I also want to say thank you to Laura Arce, our Senior Vice President for Economic Initiatives, who's brought this incredible focus around a big goal for us to help our community have access to wealth and to home ownership. That work has been supported previously in so many ways by the leadership of Lot Diaz, who's been a vice president for our housing programs, but now in partnership with folks across our institution at UnidosUS. Our Chief Operating Officer, Sonia Perez, is here, our Senior Vice President for Programs, Mauricio Garcia, and Lisa Cantu Parks, who heads our resource development. They're only the very sort of scratch the surface of the full commitment that UnidosUS has brought to this goal of helping our community have access to wealth. So in 2023, UnidosUS launched the Home Ownership Means Equity, or HOME initiative, with the goal of adding 4 million new Latino homeowners by 2030. That's big. We set this goal because home ownership is a game changer for our families. It creates stability, a place for families to gather and build memories, and it can be the gateway to building that generational wealth that is the legacy for the next generation. For those of you who may not know us or only know UnidosUS from our advocacy work in DC, let me tell you a little bit more about UnidosUS and our mission. We were founded over 55 years ago in Phoenix and have since evolved into the largest national Hispanic civil rights and advocacy organization in the country. We represent a network of over 300 affiliates. These are Latino community-based organizations in 37 states, including DC and Puerto Rico, that together provide an array of services to millions of families every day. A pillar of our work has been expanding affordable housing and helping to bolster home ownership in our community, which still lags behind other communities. Through our decades-long work with our Hispanic Home Ownership Network, we have helped put thousands of families into their first home or save their homes from foreclosure. In fact, I'm extremely proud to note that sometime this year, we will have helped our 50,000th family purchase their first home. That's real impact. That's life-changing. With the Home Initiative, we are turbocharging that effort. It is a national movement to advance solutions to increase economic mobility for Latinos and in turn, boost the US economy. And that is because we know that the best way to increase economic mobility and build wealth is through home ownership. And our community's potential is enormous. According to the Urban Institute's own research, 70% of net new homeowners in the next 2 decades will be Hispanic. But we recognize that the housing market faces significant headwinds. Low housing supply, the lack of affordability make it difficult for first-time homebuyers. More recently, we know natural disasters, rising insurance costs, and talks of tariffs, taxes, and mass deportations are adding to the uncertainty across the landscape. But there is one thing I'm certain of, and that is that the Latino community is part of the solution to the challenges facing our housing market. Housing is a driver of our economy, and Latinos are essential to a healthy housing market. In this decade, by 2030, 78% of new entrants into the workforce will be Latino, 78%. Already, Latinos represent over 30% of the construction workforce, and it's actually closer to 50% in states like California, Arizona, and Texas. To maximize economic growth in this country, and for families to fulfill their potential and achieve their dreams, we need to eliminate the long-standing barriers to wealth and home ownership. A cornerstone for developing effective public policies and market practices is evidence-based research. UnidosUS is proud to partner with the Urban Institute for this very reason. When we launched the Home Initiative nearly 3 years ago, we knew we wanted data and evidence-based research to inform our strategy and recommendations. The Urban Institute was the perfect partner. Their Housing Finance Policy Center has been a leading voice on housing policy in Washington, D.C. since its founding 10 years ago. Together, we're seeking to elevate the research that's needed to create a housing and mortgage market that fairly serves all families. Today's research symposium is a culmination of this partnership. We're going to hear from the authors of 7 research papers covering a range of topics, including gentrification, housing supply, and access to credit and wealth building. This is a nerd's paradise, a policy nerd's paradise. And we will also be hearing about research that goes beyond the traditional housing concerns, such as the ways that an existential crisis like climate change is having a profound effect on housing. A very timely topic given what we have experienced recently in the devastation caused by hurricanes in the Southeast and the recent wildfires in California and elsewhere. I really want to thank these research teams that you'll hear from for their dedication and their important contributions to filling knowledge gaps on the Latino housing market. Importantly, these papers describe not only challenges, but also opportunities and recommendations for making our housing sector work for everyone. We're here to promote solutions. We hope policymakers and industry leaders will act on these recommendations so that more longtime renters can become first-time homebuyers. What we have seen in our work is that home ownership goes beyond wealth building. Home ownership means safer and more stable neighborhoods and more vital and prosperous communities. It provides a foundation for children to achieve in school, have better health outcomes, and dream their dreams. I know about this firsthand. I'll never forget how proud my father and mother were when they brought a house for our family of 9 back in the early 50s in my hometown of Kansas City, Kansas. After years of scrimping and saving, sacrifice, believe me, it was not the fanciest house. I mean, some would have some interesting descriptions of it, but there we were, all 9 of us in this little tiny house with 1 bathroom, and you'd think it would be tight and uncomfortable, but all I remember is that it meant the world to us. It was a place of love and stability. It was our home. You know, I want that feeling of pride and accomplishment, of safety and foundation for everyone, including the 64 million Latinos and Latinas who call this country home. And we're going to do everything in our power to make their dreams a reality. So as you convene here today, I joked about a policy nerd paradise, but I hope that you will also see yourselves and everyone listening as gaining knowledge and wisdom recommendations and solutions that will allow us all to be gatekeepers to that American dream that we should never lose hope in. That inclusive vision of a future in America where everyone can prosper. That's what today's about too. So thank you very much. To kick off this incredible day and these presentations, please join me in welcoming our first presenter to the stage, Professor Paul Carrillo of George Washington University. Muchísimas gracias.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for funding this work. And I'm very eager to get your feedback, get your questions, and interact with you during the rest of the day. This is joint work with a grad student who recently graduated from our department, and we're going to tell you something about the spatial distribution of the homeownership racial gap. Perhaps this graph is not surprising to this audience, right? In this graph, we show the difference in homeownership rates between white households and minority households. There are two things that I want you to remember from this graph. The first is that the gap is large. The difference between homeownership rates of whites and Hispanics is about 30 percentage points, sometimes 28 percentage points. So that's one fact. We have a large gap. Second fact is that this gap is persistent. It hasn't changed that much over the last 40 years, 30 years or so. Of course, lots of researchers have asked themselves, why do we have this gap? Is it the case that households of minority households have different characteristics, different incomes, different education levels, different family composition? Is that the cause of this gap? And I'm showing you a graph from a representative study, a study by Stuart Rosenthal and Gabriel back in 2005, published at the Journal of Urban Economics, where essentially they showed you here in the dashed black line this unconditional gap of about 30 percentage points that I showed you. If they use, using statistical methods, they simulate what homeownership rates of Hispanic households would look like if Hispanic households had the same education, the same family composition, the same income as whites, if they had the same access to credit as whites. And what they find is that, well, yeah, the gap shrinks to about 1/2, but there's still something out there that we really don't understand why it exists. So today we are going to sort of tackle a similar question, but we are going to add one important dimension, and that's going to be the regional dimension. So if there is one thing that this nerd wants you to know, is that homeownership rate gaps vary widely across the space. If there's one takeaway that I want you to take from this talk, is this graph. What is this graph telling us? So we collected data from the 2010 American Community Survey, from the census, and we computed homeownership rates of whites and homeownership rates of minorities at each PUMA. What's a PUMA? It's the smallest geographical area that you can actually link the microdata from the census with that is available in publicly available data. Public use micro area. And there are over 2,000 of them. So what do we see? In the right graph that plots the white Hispanic total homeownership gap, we see that there's wide variation, right? There are areas where actually Hispanics are more likely to own a home than whites. If you go to the south and if you go to the northeast portions of the US, well, that's where those differences are very large. If you go to your California, to your Texas, well, guess what? The differences are much smaller. You might see, well, we're thinking about, the US, it's a big country, but even if we zoom in within metropolitan areas, right? Here I'm showing you as an example, Chicago, Atlanta, and Washington, D.C. And what do we see? Yes, in D.C., there are big differences, right? right here at the center of the city is where we see that the gap is large. As you go to the suburbs, that gap becomes smaller. So if there is one lesson from this paper, I mean, just by looking at this descriptive data, is that we need to think about location, right? There are places where this gap is large. There are places where there is no gap. I mean, if we want to close the overall gap, well, let's figure out where we target whatever policy that we intend to help bridge this gap. So an obvious question now, after we see these maps, I mean, and given the interest of the academic literature, we would wonder, well, what is the role of individual characteristics, right? I mean, is it the case that individuals, what we call endowments, education, income, all of these things, how do they explain the differences, the spatial differences in this gap? What's the role of location characteristics, housing supply, other characteristics of each one of these regions? The problem, I mean, and then when we were trying to answer this question, we ran into a very hard problem, which is that statistically, or it's not an easy question to answer, because the moment that you give Hispanic households the same characteristics as whites, well, people are going to choose not just whether they purchase a home or not, but they are also going to choose where to live. So the decision of buying a home is jointly determined with the decision of where to live. So in this paper, we are going to basically extend a reweighting technique. We're going to propose a method to do this, to perform this simulation. And we are going to try to say, well, how does the gap look if Hispanics had the same characteristics as white? And whatever it is that it remains unexplained in each area, we are going to correlate with the characteristics of the area to try to understand what are the things that are unique, that uniquely define these areas that are correlated with this unobserved portion of the gap. That's the main objective of our research. I don't have time to tell you about the literature review. I want to just highlight that one report here from the Urban Institute, Choi et al. 2019, kind of motivated our interest in this topic. Okay, so very briefly, I already told you a little bit about where the data comes from. I just want to highlight that we're not just going to focus on 2010, but we are going to use census data going back to 1980s, and we are just going to focus on the continental US. So now, I showed you the very last graph at the bottom right of this slide. Now I'm going to show you one graph per decade. What are the big takeaways from this graph? Well, first of all, yeah, there's lots of variation in every year, but there is also lots of variation across time. So compare the graph at the top upper corner with the graph at the bottom corner. And you see that they are quite different. In 1980, if you go to some of the states, if you go to some of the states in the Midwest, homeownership rate gaps were very low. You fast forward to 2010, and they are large. So what can we take away from this? That even though the homeownership gap over time, on average, has been persistent, and it has stayed constant, after you condition for location, you see lots of variation. So if you take the difference, I mean, if you take every single PUMA, you go to the 2010 gap, and you subtract the gap from 1980 to kind of see how that gap has changed across space. You could do the calculation and you compute a histogram of that. What you will find in the left figure here is precisely that histogram, and what you find is that, yes, on average, that histogram is centered around 0, which is not surprising because I showed you the very first graph, right? It has not changed that much over time. But if you look at the tails, there's lots of variation. In some areas, the gap increased by 60 percentage points, by 60 percentage points. In some areas, it decreased by 60 percentage points. So there is a lot that we can learn about what worked, what didn't work, and that is something that policymakers should focus on. Okay, so racial gaps vary widely across the space. They have changed over time. What is the role of individual characteristics? Because we know that individual characteristics of Hispanic household, white households have changed over time, but also we want to know what is the role of these location characteristics. So what are we going to do? We're going to propose, we're going to do what we call counterfactual analysis and a decomposition to get at this question. I'm not going to tell you about the data or the equations, and I'm just going to tell you very quickly about the intuition of what we do. We are going to compute, this PR, these funny looking symbols over there, they just represent a simulated home ownership rate of Hispanics if those Hispanics had the same characteristics as whites. We're going to use the statistical methods to compute that counterfactual. And once we do that, we can perform a decomposition where we say, the map that I just showed you before, this difference over here, the difference on the left of the equation, that's just the map with all these colors. That can be decomposed into two portions. One, let's focus on the last one over here. That just tells you what is the difference in home ownership rates if Hispanics had the same characteristics as whites and the actual home ownership rate that Hispanics have. That is the portion that can be, the portion of the gap that can be explained by these characteristics, by these endowments. And the other portion is whatever remains unexplained. So I'm going to show you some results of this map, and then later I'm going to tell you whatever is left in here, let's correlate with the characteristics of each area. But before I do that, let me just tell you what are those characteristics, what are those endowments. We are going to use data that are available for us in the census, including characteristics of the household, their age, gender, education, marital status, number of children, and I'm going to argue later on that citizenship status is going to be an important variable that is probably going to be correlated with language ability and access to credit. All right, so this is the one map that I want to show, and I just want to highlight one thing. When the colors of these maps, in areas where the colors are exactly the same, well, what does it mean? It means that in that area, these demographic characteristics explain a lot of the total gap. So what do we see? In some, you can see in some areas, I don't know if that's Tennessee or Kentucky, well, in that state, almost all of the gap can be explained by differences in demographic characteristics. But if you go to the north central portions of the US, there are big differences. Almost everything is unexplained related to other things. So that's one of our findings. Now, let's take this unobserved portion and try to correlate this unobserved portion with characteristics of those areas. What characteristics are we going to focus on? I'm going to highlight just two. Affordability, which is the thing that we all, whenever we think about homeownership, affordability comes to mind. And I'm also going to focus on the racial composition, the demographic composition of these areas. How do we do that? We are going to use simple, regression models. The dependent variable in these models is going to be the unobserved portion of this homeownership racial gap. And the covariates are the list of variables that you see on this table. Note, this is a panel. So going back all the way to the 80s, and in the last column, in the last specification, we are able, if we want to be super nerdy, we're able to add areas, pumas, fixed effects, right? So that we're able to control for all those things that are constant over time in each puma. And that's a very powerful specification. Even after we add those pumas, what can we see? If you look at the coefficient on the log home price index variable, and I'm not going to go to interpret these things because we don't have time, but it's positive and statistically significant. Essentially, what this tells us is that, yes, affordability plays a role. When home prices are more expensive, all other things equal, guess what? The gap increases. So the home ownership gap between whites and Hispanics due to this, even after you could keep all these other characteristics of households equal, it goes up. And perhaps the second very interesting finding and more provocative finding was if you look at the second line, the coefficient of Hispanic share. That coefficient is negative, essentially telling us that when the share of Hispanics increases in a PUMA, all of the things equal, the homeownership racial gap, the unobserved portion of the homeownership racial gap goes down. So why is it the case? That's a very provocative and interesting finding that we require more research to understand. Because there's this big literature that tells us that racial and ethnic integration is good, right? I mean, having segregated neighborhoods, segregated areas, that's associated with bad outcomes, especially for minorities. But it seems that at least when it comes to home ownership, when individuals live in a segregated, where Hispanics live with more Hispanics, it seems for an unknown reason, or perhaps we need more research on that to understand why actually the gap decreases. And that's what you see in the second graph, where we just focus on that variable, and it shows us that when the share of Hispanics in the PUMA increases, the white Hispanic gap goes down. And this is after we control for everything. After we've done all this statistical analysis, we still see that relationship. I think I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to briefly conclude. Well, when we send this paper to a journal, this is what we're going to tell is the big contribution. Otherwise, this is not going to, we're not going to make it through the referees. But I think it has important policy implications, right? Well, the very first one is we need to think about local variables, right? I mean, local approaches to closing this gap. When it comes to the white Hispanic homeownership gap, demographic characteristics, at least the one that we control for, they account for about 2/3 of the gap on average. And the variables that really matter probably are correlated with access to credit. I mean, immigration status, how long have you been in the country. These are probably associated with language proficiency. So that's something that we need to understand more. And the last finding that I highlighted is very provocative, but definitely we need to zoom in into this, right? Economists will just look at the forest, but we need to actually zoom in and really understand what's going on, why we see this correlation between ethnic segregation and the gap. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we have 3 minutes for questions or something like that. Okay. So let me just, how do recent housing market changes in interest rates, home prices, and ongoing shortage of housing supply impact outlook for Latino white home ownership gap going forward? So that's a hard question to answer, but let me just try to answer this question from the lens of the research that I just presented. Most of those things are going to be controlled for are going to be accounted for in the fixed effects that we added to this last statistical model that I described. Why? Because those fixed effects are going to be controlling for things that are unique to a PUMA that do not vary with time. You know, topographical constraints, for example, regulatory constraints that are very hard to change over time. However, things that vary with time are much trickier to control, and those are the things that are going to be perhaps associated with unobserved factors, and that may be correlated with some of those variables. So we need if, for example, change in interest rate are associated with changes in prices, that is going to be captured in the parameters that I showed you. So we need to, we can try to control for them in future versions of these papers. Another question asks if we control for credit factors, and how do we think about the role that these may play in the gap? So we have not controlled for credit factors per se at the locality level, but we have control for what we call time fixed effects, in other things that affect everybody in the country at the same point in time. So if to the extent that interest rates, for example, is a constraint to access to credit, that's going to be already accounted for with the methods that we used. And that's the end of your time. Thanks, Paul. Okay, so I'm done. Thank you very much for those questions. And
Good morning, everyone. Buenos días a todo mundo. My name is Luisa Godínez Puch, and I'm a senior research associate here at Urban Institute. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today and to moderate a fantastic panel of very inspiring researchers. This panel is about place-based interventions for Latino homeownership, and it comes at a very opportune time as the United States is experiencing a serious housing crisis. The Latino homeownership rate is 20 percentage points below that of white households. And as we just heard, it varies geographically, but in aggregate, that is the figure. Incomes are not keeping up with housing prices. The homeownership gap is not explained by a lack of desire from Latino homeowners to have a house, according to Fannie Mae's latest National Housing Survey. We are also increasingly facing climate threats, and today we will hear a little bit more about that. The devastating wildfires in Los Angeles, for instance, have damaged thousands of homes and are resulting in cutthroat competition for rentals in a region that was already struggling with supplying affordable housing. These issues affect Latino households more because our community is more likely to be living in high-cost markets. Latinos are still facing language barriers. They are still met with significantly higher mortgage denial rates compared to their white counterparts. They are also more likely to be underbanked. The truth is that racial discrimination pervades our financial system and still results in deep racial disparities in access to housing for Latinos. This is why it is increasingly important to continue developing research, like the one we will hear about today in this panel and in the other panels as well, that focuses on the many barriers and challenges that Latinos still face today. We need a deeper understanding of Latinos' unique housing needs. We also need to test and explore innovative solutions that bridge the many barriers that Latinos' households still face in their housing journey. These solutions are most effective if they are co-designed with community members themselves and driven through a combination of advocacy, policy changes, and industry action. As we will hear from our panelists today, this type of approach addresses local needs and challenges. It celebrates community assets, which is very important, and it advances equity and inclusion, resulting in long-lasting effects. In this panel, we will also show that long-term solutions for Latino home ownership should focus on specific contexts and places, because the Latino community is not a monolith, and as we just heard from Paul, we do see a lot of variation from context to context. Our panelists will discuss how challenges and solutions are different, for instance, in rural contexts versus urban contexts. And they are also different if we focus on different communities across the border, for instance. I am very excited to hear about the work of our panelists today, and then to have a very exciting and engaging discussions on the actors, the challenges and interventions that we should be thinking about as we develop more research and more evidence on how to sustain and increase Latino homeownership. With that, it is my biggest pleasure to introduce our panelists today. Ivis Garcia, Associate Professor of Landscape Architecture and Urban Planning at Texas A&M University. Ashley Hernandez, Assistant Professor at the Department of City and Regional Planning at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And Manda Laporte, Research Associate at the Housing Assistance Council. So let's finally start this panel. Ivis, up to you.
Muy buenos días a todos. So good morning. So I will be talking about the housing interventions for Latino communities in high cost, low supply markets, and I will take you with me to Chicago. This is a work that it was done actually in collaboration with the Puerto Rican Cultural Center and the Puerto Rican Agenda. And this work has like 4 research questions. So they're going to be about what are the barriers. I think that this is time a little bit. What are the barriers to homeownership? Like how we expand ownership, how we prevent displacement, and then how we integrate cultural identity. And I will take you with me to Chicago. So this is like the context of Puerto Rico town or barrio Borinquen. So this is like, if you know, look at the map here. So this is like Humboldt Park, and Humboldt Park is like very close to downtown Chicago. It's about 6 miles. It is an amenity-rich neighborhood with like historic buildings and very high-dense neighborhood. So it has become very desirable. If you look at the map here, you have like Humboldt Park, and Humboldt Park it actually like became a place for Puerto Ricans as they were displaced from other places because of urban renewal. So they started to locate in the park actually in the 1960s. I didn't have that data for that, but here I will take you with me through decade to decade, and you can see how displacement has happened, especially from the 1990s. And this is like, you can see today, the number one issue for the agenda Puerto Riqueña is like the gentrification and the inability to stay in one area and grow as a community. So you can see here many markers of gentrification, and you can see also how there's like reconcentration of like Puerto Ricans in other places, and there's also suburbanization. If I were going to like show you an image outside of Chicago. So because of that, because of displacement, the Puerto Rican Agenda and also the Puerto Rican Cultural Center, it's like 30 years ago, it actually was like on January 6th to celebrate el Día de los Tres Reyes Magos. So they actually built these like gigantic flags, and they're like the most like the biggest flags not in the world, not made out of just cloth, but they're made of steel, and they represent the workers that came to work in the steel mill back in the 50s and 60s. And this was a way for the community to actually halt that displacement. And they actually, in 2004, we submitted an application for being a cultural special district designation. So there would be like more funding allocated from the state in order to preserve Puerto Rico town. So something interesting about Puerto Rico town is that the reason that it was created is because there was a study that it was done at UIC, and there was like 90 properties, commercial properties, and a lot of them were nonprofit organizations. So it's really an oasis for service. There's also a lot of housing located in this area. Sorry, there is a little bit, going forward, but there's a lot of affordable housing. Majority is rental housing, and they use like the architectural design of Old San Juan. So you had like Garita del Morro. We have Hispanic Housing Development Corporation. It's a rental for seniors and older adults. So you have like with the colors of Puerto Rico. So, but there's not a lot going on about home ownership. So a majority is like rentals from these like different organizations that are situated here. So now I will take you to these empty 2 shares. So I went to Chicago actually last week, and I heard so much about Bad Bunny, like 25 hours, 24 hours a day, if there was like 24 hours. But that tape is is about cultural loss and just like you might say loss of place. And I think that a lot of people were talking about about that we don't want to be a Puerto Rico town without Puerto Ricans, right? Like we don't want to be a Puerto Rico without Puerto Ricans and so on. And just we want to actually have a place that we can call our own. And something in like one of the videos, right, of Bad Bunny, is you have this little girl sleeping in the chairs. And maybe for some of you, this is a scene. You know, your parents were having fun during Christmas time, singing and dancing, and you were sleeping on the chairs. But it's about the American dream. You know, like that's a way of like how we occupy space and how we stay in place. So this study, it has like 3 different methods: a stakeholder engagement, a community engaged scholar. I have been working a lot with the Puerto Rican Agenda and the Puerto Rican Cultural Center. There's like a literature review, of course, and then the Delphi method. In terms of like a stakeholder engagement, so it was like conversations of what are the most important things for them, right? And a lot of like the reasons of why the cultural state designated district was created, it was precisely because of these reasons, because there was redlining in the past, there was economic disinvestment, income barriers, gentrification and displacements, and part of like why it got like funding now is because of COVID, right? And a lot of people were hurt by that and hurt by inflation, which created the impetus for this. And I would not go to talk too much about the literature review, right? Something that it will be in the report, but yes, about the Delphi method. So it was developed in the 1950s by the Rand Corporation, and the purpose is like to get like the expert opinions in order to achieve consensus. So these are like open-ended and closed-ended questions, and there was like 2 rounds of questions that were asked. And in the second round, people can add new ideas, basically. And there was like 60 people that participated in this on the first round, and in the second one, we got like 50 people to participate on the survey. In terms of the survey sessions, we have like 5, which were the questions that we talked about. But also some addition in the demographics. So we had people participating from Puerto Rico, New York, Florida, Illinois. A lot of these people are going to be where Puerto Ricans are actually located, because it was our purpose to get the majority, or about 50% of the participants, to be of Puerto Rican descent, so they can answer these questions primarily for Puerto Ricans. But of course, we have Latinos answering, so about like 10% other Latinos, and about 40% non-Hispanics. In terms of professional backgrounds, majority of networks are going to be in the nonprofit housing development sector, but there's a lot of advocates and people that work in government. I put here for-profit developers, but a lot of them are doing affordable housing projects. So sometimes it's hard because some people do both, right? And then academics and researchers like myself, and some lending institutions. And we're also targeting people that had a lot of experience. So we're talking about members in the board or executive directors. So the vast majority was like 20 years of more of experience. So the first question, so it was the barriers to Latino ownership. So you will not be surprised about this. And then I would just kind of like show the same kind of methods. So here, this list is shorter because then in the second list, people added new things, and then they could re-rank, and people could read the comments of the other people to see if they will change their mind. Well, in this case, they didn't change their mind. They were pretty like certain about what were the issues. So the lack of affordable housing, as we have heard, the generational wealth disparities, and the inability to provide down payments, and income and credit barriers. So that didn't change. Other things were added, like zoning barriers, for instance, or limited housing options for larger families, cultural mistrust of financial institutions. So there were great conversations about other things, but people were certain about the problem. Now, in terms of like expanding home ownership, So here you have like two things that really emerge at the top. So it's going to be like down payment assistance programs, and also they think that community land trusts and other share equity are very good model for this type of markets that we're talking about. There was a little bit of, I would say, disagreement in later on in the flexible mortgage terms, and this is again, it's a broad term that captures a lot of things. But some people were kind of like hesitant in the comments in terms of like thinking about the potentiality for predatory lending and how we have to pay attention to that, which is why you have here like enhanced protections against discrimination lending practices emerging. But another thing that is happening in Chicago that is like gaining prominence is like the Choose to Own, and that's a program for the Chicago Housing Authority. So it's like if you have like a voucher, you can use that in order to pay for your mortgage. So it's kind of something similar to rent to own, although people don't like that terminology because again, it's also related to some predatory practices as well. So in terms of preventing displacement, there was like, I think that number one is like the property tax abatement programs for long-term homeowners. And then in survey one, you have like about thinking preservation ordinance. So there's a lot of demolition in these places, right? And just like conversions, condo conversions and things like that. So it's like how we maintain the affordable housing units that we have. And then they talked about also using accessory dwelling units, because if we have a lot of like 2 and 3 flats, in order for people to be able to pay for their taxes. So if they can't rent that out. But in the second survey, you have like more ideas related to property taxes, so deferred property tax programs for seniors and caps of property tax. So this is kind of like, it's building a consensus of like taxes are a big issue, and we have to take, to do something about it to prevent displacement in order to maintain those people that are, again, homeowners already. And then the fourth strategy was more about like integrating cultural identity into like different housing policy or programs. And this is a group that is like very involved in community. And a lot of the people that we also invited to be part of the survey are believing that in public participation. So it's like, it's no surprise that that was like something very important. And then some people brought up actually in the literature review, there's this idea of like collaborative cultural advisory boards. So that's something that really resonated with people. And then we have other things like the special cultural district preservation, which is something that the community is like doing, but we don't have like a zoning overlay of like affordable housing. There's a plan for housing that needs to be created as part of that designation. So that's kind of like what I anticipate that it will happen in the future. And then there was like other great ideas that emerged at the top in the second one, which is cultural design guidelines for new projects. And again, part of the interest is maintaining that Puerto Rican identity in Puerto Rico town. So I went there last week and like was like talking about this work with stakeholders, and something that is happening is like the land trust. So they are going to be like, it's like 12 units. It's not a lot because there's not a lot of land in that particular area. But they are using a combination of things like down payment assistance, which emerged at the top as very important to advance homeownership, combined with like these like Choose to Own programs from CHA, of course, like financial literacy workshops, and then there's a Puerto Rico town resident priority for the people to be able to be part of this land trust. Something that the community has not done is like thinking about property tax reduction. So right now they appeal as a community, but there's no policy, there's nothing happening. So I think that that's something that the community has to target next. And finally, just like thinking about community-based solutions, something that the community already has been thinking is this idea of community zoning process. So again, very interesting conversations of what they think that they will do next. I look forward to the Q&A so we can have more discussions. Thank you very much. And now I will turn into Dr. Ashley Hernandez. She's going to take us to LA.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being in community with us today. I have the incredible privilege of sharing a case study of the East LA Community Corporation that stems from a long-standing 8-year research collaboration between the organization and myself. In this presentation, I will be celebrating and imparting some lessons from its fascinating history. I will begin with a quick research background and contextual overview of this case study, followed by my findings and some key takeaways. This work is, of course, set in the context of Latino homeownership nationally, which research anticipates will steadily increase over the next 25 years, as has been discussed. Yet, there are several ongoing and compounding issues that will not only challenge this projection, but also how access will reach low-income and working-class Latinos and Latino immigrants who face the greatest barriers to housing stability and homeownership. One critical way to understand this puzzle is found by examining the Latino serving community organizations whose work sits at the intersection of all of these challenges. Such organizations are increasingly involved and invested at multiple scales in the advocacy and production of affordable housing, supporting diverse pathways to homeownership. Although I examine the work with such organizations across contexts, today my initial research has focused on those working in high-density metropolitan areas, which face some of the most intense pressures on housing and homeownership, including gentrification and displacement. Today, I am focusing on a successful case of one such organization, the East LA Community Corporation, or ELAC for short, which is a prominent Latino-led nonprofit community development corporation. ELAC is set in the Boyle Heights neighborhood of LA, which is an interlying historic barrio with just under 100,000 residents, flanked by downtown Los Angeles on one side and greater East LA on the other. Boyle Heights is a formerly red line neighborhood that is predominantly made up of poor and working class renters, first-time homeowners, mom and pop landlords, small businesses, and street vendors. Yet it is also a Latino immigrant neighborhood with a beautifully rich history of civic engagement and activism, often referred to as the cradle of Chicano or Mexican American culture. What makes ELAC particularly important is its approach to serving Boyle Heights, as it has worked to stabilize the barrio, build affordable housing, and foster homeownership by integrating real estate development, community organizing, and direct service provision, all under one organizational roof. ELAC has had a massive impact on housing in Boyle Heights and in the community more broadly. How might it show us what working towards equitable Latino housing look like on the ground, and what can we learn from it? I outline ELAC's strategy and these lessons into a timeline of 3 phases that trace how its work has transformed over time, beginning with its founding phase that spans from 1995 to 2005. ELAC was founded in 1995 by 4 like-minded friends, a legal aid attorney, an analyst of the LA Housing Authority, a project manager for a nonprofit developer, and a community organizer, each from working-class Mexican immigrant households, and a shared commitment to help address the most urgent issues in the neighborhood through community-driven development. In the early 1990s, the founders identified a double need in the barrio. On the one hand, Boyle Heights suffered from concentrated poverty, decades of disinvestment and state neglect, severe overcrowding, and an aging housing stock. On the other, change was on the horizon, with unprecedented public and private reinvestment planned for the very near future. These conditions inspired them to forge a double and mutually reinforcing strategy that would eventually become what they call the ELAC way. This strategy would engage in real estate development to provide affordable housing resources that respond to the existing community need in the short term, while at the same time working to stabilize the neighborhood through community organizing and advocacy in the long term. During its first decade, ELAC would focus its strategy on the intimate neighborhood scale, organizing community members and neighborhood beautification projects block by block. While at the same time, ELAC also organized around broader issues, advocating for improved neighborhood schools, access to healthcare, and job opportunities. On the real estate side, they began by addressing blight, acquiring empty lots and abandoned homes, and developing affordable housing with a heavy emphasis on single-family homes. There are three key initial successes to phase one of this work, the first being what ELAC was able to build. By 2005, ELAC had built 39 units of affordable multifamily housing and 87 single-family homes, a huge feat for a small organization trying to provide deeply affordable housing with very little resources. This was accomplished through intensive collaboration and heavily layered financing, working with local institutions, national organizations like Unidos and enterprise community partners, and banks. This led to its second success, the creation of a community wealth department, which would add direct service provision as a third pillar to the ELAC way. This new department became HUD certified, providing homebuyer and wealth building education and facilitating financial assistance to help shepherd first-time homebuyers from the community. The third success was ELAC's ability to bring other community organizations to the table and start a conversation and raise awareness around the redevelopment of the neighborhood. These initial successes set ELAC on its path with great momentum, bringing it into the second decade and phase of its work. Yet the context of the second decade would continue to shift with the unfolding of the 2008 crisis and a subsequent economic downturn, both of which undermined housing development and homeownership in the barrio. Yet this moment was also characterized by gentrification, as private developers had begun bidding on historic neighborhood sites and construction of a new light rail line running through the neighborhood was now above ground. Boyle Heights was also scheduled for a community plan update, which would lay a new path for future growth and change around housing and commercial development without targeted protections in place for its residents. Under such conditions, ELAC's strategy would be pushed and pulled to shift in response. ELAC was called to expand its work, to serve the neighborhood and maintain its housing development pipeline through a poor economy, but also called to rescale its work to engage with policy to ensure that change would serve the existing community. This shift was expressed in all areas of its work. ELAC began organizing the community around policy advocacy and how to make urban planning and development more accountable, and it strengthened coalitional relationships while connecting campaigns through cross-neighborhood alliances to push the city to serve all neighborhoods much better and more equitably. On the direct services and real estate side, ELAC offered foreclosure prevention resources to help keep people in their homes, and it began focusing heavily on developing multifamily housing and on raising capital to acquire cultural landmarks and land near transit. Some of its most notable wins were seen through its involvement in state and federal policy advocacy efforts to strengthen protections for homeowners. Its success was also seen in the maturation and staying power of its localized advocacy and through the philanthropic support it received for, on one hand, its neighborhood level efforts like the formalization of its coalition work and for its community planning initiatives like El Plan del Pueblo, while on the other hand, it also received recognition for its broader citywide campaigns like the Metro Campaign and Street Vendor Campaign, which targeted land use policies and regulations that diminished the voices and lives of historically marginalized communities. And of course, the success of its strategic shift was brought to bear through the number of residents it was able to serve through direct services and development. By 2015, ELAC was serving approximately 150 to 200 people a year in its homeownership and financial counseling workshops, and had developed a cumulative total of 88 single-family homes and 586 multifamily rental units, which was overwhelmingly financed through low-income housing tax credits, exhibiting profound skill, growth, and tremendous impact. This brings us to the last 5 years of my timeline and the third phase of ELAC's work. As we all know, the housing context continued to change, intensifying and growing more complex and increasingly disconnected from the everyday lives of us and those in neighborhoods like Boyle Heights. In 2015, the US was firmly in an affordable housing crisis, and research from Harvard's Joint Center for Housing Studies at the time declared Los Angeles to be among the most unaffordable and unequal places to live in the nation. In Boyle Heights, advocacy around gentrification, displacement, and deportation and housing costs were extremely high. Even with help, residents were becoming alienated from the possibility to buy a home or even remain in the neighborhood. ELAC's work was becoming more expensive with the rising cost of doing business in real estate, making their ability to preserve affordability in the neighborhood an increasing economic and political challenge. Although difficult, I end on this phase to share the profound conditions that we still face and the profound transformation of ELAC's work during this time, which lays out a path for what is possible. At this time, rather than feeling discouraged, ELAC would double down and sustain its work while seeking transformative ways to support residents in securing and remaining in their homes to help steward the barrio into the future. This means that it continued deploying its efforts in service of affordable housing and homeownership, while simultaneously seeking out ways to protect commercial real estate and exploring creative real estate tools like community land trusts and land banks to protect subsidy and affordability in perpetuity. This also meant applying a systems change framework to cultivate resident leadership that uplifted and took seriously their cultural contributions to our built environments rather than discriminating against and seeking to harm them. It reimagined how to build housing and economic systems in our cities that do less harm, and while imagining more sustainable tools of financial empowerment and collective ownership of neighborhood assets. In these 5 years, I saw ELAC fight to figure out how to develop deeply affordable housing while building a culture of community-led affordable development that dignified and celebrated the culture of neighborhood and its residents. I watched it cultivate fearless social and economic justice leaders, advocating for local and state level for protections for the most precarious in cities, including renters. I saw each of its departments work and struggle together to figure out how to build new community-owned and community-led organizations and real estate initiatives, including a land trust that is now fully operational and acquiring assets. And I watched it all carry all of this work out while working very hard to keep the East Side and its community at its center. Although there is much to learn from this case, I would like to conclude by highlighting a few lessons. I share this case with you not to argue that we should simply recreate more ELACs, but to show that it is a strategy that can be highly successful, impactful, and even transformative, whether it is held by one organization or several that can work together. And that the pursuit of community-driven development as a path towards equitable Latino housing is a worthwhile and possible goal. There are 3 key themes that I hope to uplift. First, this case has hopefully brought community-based developers to the forefront of your mind and has brought attention to the ways in which they are not only on the front lines of housing provision, but also that they simultaneously work among a network of community-based first responders to structural and everyday crises among Latino communities and widely connected to a broader impact networks in multiple arenas. They are doing the very difficult work of holding and bringing all of these sectors together. This case also teaches us that the meaning and conditions of neighborhood stabilization and Latino housing changes over time and under different contexts. Thus, Latino homeownership and our metrics for success can also change and expand as well. While important to account and plan for the number of units of housing we need, this case shows us how much more impactful that housing is when we build those units while thinking beyond them to protect affordability of that housing and create beautiful places to live around them. And third, as one of my dear friends and collaborators at ELAC has taught me, each success I have shared with you today has been a fight, meaning that the housing work of organizations like ELAC does not come without tremendous resources, complexity, and struggle to hang on to the goal of serving the community under increasingly alienated real estate reality. So how do we support? I want to offer a couple of paths forward or things to think about beyond today. First, Through ELAC, I have seen how important multifaceted capital investment and assistance has had on the impacts of its work. When supported well and at all areas of its work, organizations like ELAC are able to literally provide more housing units and counsel prospective homeowners, advocate locally and statewide to ensure that cities are planned in such a way that housing development is more effective, affordable, and equitable, and they can take part in innovative and more sustainable real estate tools that protect both residents and ensure that housing remains deeply affordable for everybody. Second, openly standing in solidarity and being in coalition with organizations like ELAC and all of its initiatives, which have only grown more tenuous in this real estate market, is very, very important and would be very helpful as well. This helps lend legitimacy to its work beyond the neighborhoods they operate in, helps amplify their work that they are doing so others working in similar contexts across the United States can learn from their lessons, strategies, and successes. And finally, we can all support them by shifting the culture around the direction of how the distribution of resources to these organizations is organized. Rather than putting out calls to community organizations that ask them to fit their work into a particular funding or financial model, we could study and answer their calls and seek out their expertise to understand how better to support all facets of their work, which often lies beyond those boxes that we try to make them fit their work in. And that is where I will end. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manda Laporte, and as mentioned, I'm a research associate at the Housing Assistance Council and co-author of the report I will be presenting with you today. When the Housing Assistance Council, or HAC, first learned about this opportunity with Unidos Home Initiative, we knew that HAC's ongoing research and efforts within colonias would align perfectly with the overarching goal of this symposium. Today, I will share a brief overview of Keith Wiley and my research on advancing home ownership opportunities in colonia investment areas. You can expect to see the full report soon via Unidos and HAC's websites. Today, I will provide a quick background on colonias, the methodology and data used throughout the research, and an overview of our findings. The goal is to provide a summary and ultimately some suggestions for improving home ownership and access for colonia households. It's important to note that while I'm presenting today, my colleague and co-author Keith Wiley is also here. So as questions pop up, we are both available afterwards to talk. So before I dive in to the research, a little bit about HAC. If you don't know who we are a national nonprofit that focuses on housing initiatives across rural America. And while we work in all form of rural through our research and information, technical training and technical assistance, lending, and rural policy programming, we try to prioritize some areas, including tribal lands, farm worker communities, the lower Mississippi Delta, Central Appalachia, and of course, colonias. So let's start with a brief background on colonias. The term colonias generally applies to unincorporated communities along the 4 U.S.-Mexico border states. So that's California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. And while they are typically categorized by high poverty rates and substandard living conditions, they are the result of social and economic dynamics largely linked to housing affordability and accessibility within the region. From lax land regulations to limited access to conventional lending products, colonias exist for a variety of reasons. And while some have been around since the 19th century, others have popped up in the last 50 years. Moreover, no two colonias are the same, which makes defining them and identifying them very difficult. In fact, there is no agreed upon definition. This research explores a variety of definition, including the Cranston-Gonzalez National Affordable Housing Act definition, which categorizes communities as colonias if they are located in one of the 4 border states, if they are in 150 miles of the border, and that does not include metropolitan areas with a population over 1 million. They are determined to lack potable water, adequate sewage, and decent, safe, and sanitary housing. But most importantly, that they existed before 1990. And while some major federal programming like HUD's Community Development Block Grant, which are hugely successful programs, use this definition for their set-aside program, it often restricts newer colonias' direct access to this resources. So we also explored newer colonias or modern-day colonias that often fall outside of this Cranston-Gonzalez definition, but also face major infrastructure challenges. Sometimes also referred to as modeled subdivisions, these colonias have access to water or maybe have access to sewer, but the lots are more expensive, forcing households to continue to approach construction in a piecemeal fashion, limiting the overall quality of the home. Finally, this research focuses on the definition that HAC helped developed, the Federal Housing Finance Agencies, or FHFA's, duty to serve designation of colonias or colonia investment areas. Colonia investment areas are census tracts with at least one government-recognized colonia, be that federal, state, or locally recognized. And we believe that this definition is the most inclusive and helps provide a baseline for locating these communities. Today, there are 577 colonia investment areas. So on to our methodology. First, we used American Community Survey data, or ACS data, to provide context for colonia demographics, including population, economic, and homeownership. Then we analyze Home Mortgage Disclosure Act data, or HMDA data, within colonias to investigate further housing, mortgage access, homeownership access over a 10-year period, so between 2013 and 2023. And this allowed us to take in FHFA's duty to serve rule. Finally, we understand that while we can look at these numbers and make general inferences, we are not the experts, and this is why we wanted to include interviews within our methodology. We talked with key stakeholders that work in and with colonias to help contextualize the data and provide additional insights. And all of this led us to discussions and recommendations to improving home ownership opportunities in colonias. The ACS analysis provided very useful information. However, I mentioned before, and I'll keep saying it, every colonia is different, so please keep that in mind as we go through some of the findings. There's an estimate 2.29 million people living in colonia investment areas, which is up about 8 percentage points over the last decade. Latino residents make up 77% of colonia investment areas, which is 58 percentage points higher than the US as a whole. Colonias are also younger than the rest of the country, with about 28% of the population being under 18, which is 5% higher than the nation as a whole. And although Latino home ownership is higher along the US-Mexico border region at 52.4%, these numbers don't tell the whole story, right? So for example, 7.7% of the US-Mexico border region households live in overcrowded conditions compared to the national rate at 3.4%. Additionally, while manufactured homes have been proven to be an affordable housing option for much of rural America, rural colonia census tracts rely on this product more at 23.4%, which is 18 percentage points higher than the US as a whole. As mentioned on the last slide, Latino homeownership rates have risen over the last decade or two. Unfortunately, though, home lending has not increased to the same degree that one might expect. For example, here we can see that rural activity of home purchase loans increased up through the COVID-19 pandemic and have recently started to decline, most likely due to high interest rates. And this is a similar pattern that happened for lending overall, but the increase in rural areas was generally higher. However, although this pattern is about the same for colonias and colonia census tracts, and rural colonia census tracts, the increase in lending was lower in rural colonia census tract during this time period than the rest of rural America. And this could reflect a slower increase of activity for communities with large Latino populations. Overall, the HMDA data continuously showed us a dearth of lending taking place in colonias. Even though FHFA's duty to serve rule is supposed to increase activities for GSEs or government-sponsored enterprises like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, their total number of loan purchases in colonias has been less than 1%. However, because the colonia census tracts were written into the duty to serve rule just a few years ago, it's hard to determine the effect on that within this data, so keeping that in mind. But this means that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac acquired a small amount of home purchase loans, so between 2,100 and 3,200 between 2021 and 2023 period. And between 2013 and 2023, we noticed a huge jump, right, in the percentage of loans purchased during these time periods. However, when you take a closer look, it's due to the considerably small numbers to begin with. For example, going from 1,800 to 3,200 is a relatively large percentage increase, but overall the volumes of loans is still relatively low. Even with a marginal increase of activity in the general border region, it is still unclear whether this is due to the pandemic or if this trend will continue. It's also important to note that while we can track the GSE's activities within this region, we're unable to determine why these trends are happening, and there may be limiting factors causing these low activity rates. However, this is why we wanted to look beyond the data and conduct interviews with experts in the field. These semi-structured interviews allowed us to contextualize the data while opening the floor to discussions and recommendations. So what are some of the challenges and opportunities in colonias? Again, no two colonias are the same, and this breaks down even further to the household level. Similar to the rest of the nation, colonia households are unique and require different needs and have different wants. So developing resources that meet residents where they are is vital. From cultural barriers to physical barriers, colonias experience heightened challenges when accessing traditional lending services, including language and financial literacy. However, there are organizations and financial institutions that are offering innovative programming and products, and these successes can set a new precedent for working within colonias. There is always an opportunity to increase representation for colonias, including spaces like this to discuss their challenges and successes within the region. Ultimately, the conversations led to 9 recommendations to improve the overall quality of life for colonias and improving Latino home ownership in the region. However, I'm going to highlight just 3 today. So building capacity and financial literacy in these communities is key. While we don't need to reinvent the wheel necessarily, strategies must focus on reaching colonias with the greatest needs. Recognizing that definitions matter, and while there are debates about which definition is best, we believe that FHFA's Colonia Investment Area definition provides both a broad description while including those communities with the greatest need. Finally, providing and supporting innovative financial products that work for colonias. While this can and should look different depending on the community's needs, institutions like Texas National Bank has helped pilot products that, like the individual tax taxpayer identification number product that allows tax-paying individuals without Social Security numbers opportunities to qualify for a mortgage. And I'm sure that we'll have an opportunity to discuss that later in this session, but these are the types of creative solutions that can help uplift these communities. And again, I know that we'll have a time to dive deeper into the conversation during the next part, but I recommend reading the full report once it's available online in the next month or so. And another huge thanks to Keith Wiley for his efforts on this research. And now I would like to invite Luisa and the other presenters back on stage.
Wow, that was inspiring, and I must say, for me, it's especially exciting to be here today, sitting with a panel of fellow women and researchers. And seriously, this was fantastic. But anyways, I just want to remind the audience, please go ahead and ask your questions for the last part of this panel. Will be a Q&A, and as the questions come up, write them down, and we will get to them at the very end. I want to start to focus the first set of questions to really set the stage. And in particular, I want to talk a little bit more about the communities that you all study. So this first question is really going to go to Manda and Ivis, if that's okay. And I want to, in both of your work, you really are very specific in letting us know that the Latino community is not a monolith. So can you tell us a little bit more about why housing interventions should really focus on the specific contexts that you each study? Let's start with you, Manda.
Thank you, Luisa, and thank you to the rest of the panelists. Your research is really impressive, and I'm honored to be on this stage with you to learn more. But you're right. Colonias are not a monolith. My boss, Lance George, often likes to say that when you've been to one colonia, you've been to one colonia. And when you're learning about these communities and you're researching their housing needs, it's really easy to start clumping them together. And while the aggregate of the data produces this baseline that's really important and starts programming, it's really important while we're developing solutions and strategies that we look into these differences, right? Colonias spread across 4 different states. Some are within a mile of the border, others 150 miles from the border. Some are located on tribal lands, others are located right outside of large cities. And so their resources, their services, their languages, their sizes, and their overall needs vary. And so we need to take this into account within the programming and make sure that they are flexible, right? And it's also important to remember, as I mentioned, that definitions matter, right? Certain definitions exclude certain colonias from programming, and however, other colonias have relied strongly on that type of programming. So it's a really delicate balance when trying to come up with solutions and strategies for working with these communities.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, even when you are focusing on colonias, there is a huge variation even within those same colonias. Ivis, can you tell us a little bit more about what your perspective is from the more urban sort of context?
Yes, and I might compare then Puerto Ricans to, say, Mexicans, right, in Puerto Rico town. Because, again, Puerto Rico town is, like, pretty diverse. It could be called Latino town because, like, there's all kinds of Latinos there. But, there's a lot of Mexicans all over the west side. So there's, like, in terms of, like, claiming space and having commercial spaces, there's plenty of other places that, that you could have, like, Mexican towns, right? So for Puerto Ricans, I think that, the comparison is like In many ways, we look similar to African Americans, and in other ways, we might look similar to Latinos, at least in the city of Chicago. So, for example, the participation rates of welfare among Puerto Ricans is really high. No surprise, because we're like also American citizens, right? Could have access more to that. So, if you look at also the levels of poverty, the Mexican community is going to have like higher levels of poverty. However, they also have higher incomes, and they have higher levels of home ownership as well. And at least like in terms of like thinking about Chicago as a whole, so it is going to be like around 47% for whites, 46% for Mexicans, 36% for Puerto Ricans. So, but the difference is like where are people located, right? So you're gonna have like Mexicans could accumulate less wealth also through their home ownership in Chicago because their property values are gonna be lower than in other communities. Like the Puerto Rican community, there's like higher property values there. Compared to other Latino communities. So that's kind of like where you see some of those differences. And in terms of like interviews, something that it's like Puerto Ricans, they always think, oh, you don't have my piece of land over there, I'm gonna build like a house, and they can go more back and forward, right? So there's always that dream of like going back home. So some of the things that I have heard more with the Mexican community that might not be necessarily their dream, as they have also start to having kids here. They might want to stay here. Latino households, we usually think about larger households, but in the Puerto Rican community, it might not be that way, right? So in terms of like the solutions, like it might be fine to have in a place like a condo that it has 2 bedrooms, as opposed to other Latino families that might have like larger households. I might be looking for a single family home. So all those things kind of like play out as like we think about ownership.
Absolutely. And I think what this really brings out is the fact that we need to really identify who are the actors in the decision-making process, right? And do these actors know these nuances between one community and the other? And so, Ashley, I would love to turn to you. In order to identify these differences, we all know that nobody knows a community better than a trusted community organization, especially when it is operated by community members themselves. Can you share a little bit more about what makes a community organization successful in increasing Latino home ownership? And you already shared a little bit more, but I want to sort of dig your brain a little bit more.
Yeah, of course. So I know that I just spoke about the Boyle Heights context. ELAC is just one organization that I've worked with over the last several years. So I do have a good sense based on just the diversity of organizations that work around housing in Boyle Heights and East LA. But I've also been cultivating a broader kind of lens and understanding through my move and work at UNC Chapel Hill, in which I now work with other organizations there. And so I have a much more developed understanding and kind of comparison. And so I've thought a lot about this question. It's kind of hard to identify a collection of traits because these orgs are really the experts in the work that they do. And it really does vary by context. But I would say that like there's 3 overarching categories that make these orgs really successful, and one kind of like the ELAC case. One are organizations that are nimble and flexible to change. That is a really tall order for orgs, right, who are just trying to hold it down and maintain stability and survive. But those that are more nimble are able to adapt, and they are also more likely to be responsive, is what I've noticed in my work. And also those that are able to somehow cultivate a fearlessness around creativity. And so not only is this a fearlessness and creativity around the ways in which they approach their mission and carry it out, but also their ability to take chances on people in the community. In many instances, these organizations provide jobs for folks who've lived through the neighborhood or come of age to the neighborhood and gone to graduate school or undergraduate school, and then can now return to the neighborhood and have a place to plug in to cut their teeth on some of this work. So providing opportunities in that way, but also trusting community members as well, providing jobs or listening to them and being very, very embedded on the ground by plugging people in. So it's a lot of trust and taking chances. And to me, that there's a fearlessness there of not focusing on hyper-professionalization, but focusing on the assets and knowledge of the people who come out of the community you're working in to do this work. And then finally, I've been thinking about just the importance of the orgs that I've seen that are strongest are those that are solutions-oriented. They tend to have a solution in mind and will work backwards and see what are the things that we need to do to set ourselves up to attack this problem in the long term and in the short term. And of course, not just having that mindset, but also being able to communicate it really strongly, because that's what's going to ultimately help with resources and funding that I think they need so very much of to help them carry out their work.
Absolutely. I love what you mentioned about being creative and innovative, because, you know, we all know here in this room that we Latinos, we are nothing but resilient, we're nothing but creative, and that's why I think involving the community themselves is the best way to ensure long-lasting effects. And that really takes me to you, Yves, again. Can you tell us a little bit more about how participatory planning can have long-lasting and successful effects on housing interventions?
Yeah, I think that at least like in Puerto Rico town, the Puerto Rican agenda is like really key. So this is an organization of community leaders, and some of them are in housing, some of them are in education, some of them are in the cultural space. So all these are Puerto Rican leaders that now for, it's going to be like 30 years, they actually meet once a month, and then they have conversations about what they're doing. They have like these different committees, and then you have obviously the housing committee and all those different committees in order to create an agenda for the community. And planning has been key. As I mentioned, just like working with the University of Illinois at Chicago, it's like when they first came to the conclusion of like, all these people are being displaced and they're moving into this place, how we can maintain the institutions here, how we can encourage other ones to move here, how we anchor the community through these like different projects. So it has been about planning, right? And the same thing with the cultural state designation district. It's about planning, and there's like a lot of like reports and a lot of things about what are we going to do, right? And another thing is like it's about political power, and I think that that's like very key, because when and again in Chicago very much things are about this, right? The alderman and just like those relationships, you know, with the mayor and at the state level. So something that the Puerto Rican agenda has been able to do is like growing your own. So you see a lot of people that were in the community, went through the public school, were part of the Puerto Rican Cultural Center of the agenda. They understand what is the broader vision, and then they go and then they implement that vision. So in a way, everybody is aligned with that. So that's how come like someone at the state level was able to do this legislation, that then other people could also benefit. So it was like, it really emerged from the need or the idea of creating Puerto Rico town, but it's not exclusive in the sense that it's only for Puerto Rico town. Like any other community can also apply for this. So again, it's about like that innovation that exists when you have people for a long period of time sharing what is the vision, what are the narratives, what are we going to do. And I also have to say that a lot of the community organizing, it happens through these like community development corporations that still have that hand, you know, because a lot of it is like a lot of organizations, they start to do, the housing, and they forget that they need this hand, which is like that hand that it actually organizes the community and the residents. And I think that at least one way that they have been successful is also through renters, because there's a lot of renters that, because of all the tenants' rights, it's like very easy to mobilize renters through these other or renting organizations, like housing organizations, and that also could have an effect in home ownership as well, because you have that organizing that exists from different levels in the community.
I love what you mentioned about planning, because oftentimes, like you say, sometimes we jump into let's just provide the housing, but really the housing landscape is much more broad than that, right? And so I want us to take a few minutes to really think about some of those challenges that you have identified in your research, because without identifying these challenges, we can't really start talking about the solutions, right? So Amanda, I would love to go to you now. And can you share some of those challenges faced by households in colonias to acquire property, but also to maintain it?
Yeah, of course. So colonias are developed on land that already lack basic infrastructure, right? They lack potable water, they lack sewage, they lack roads and lighting. And while there's laws in place now that help restrict the development of new colonias, these communities, some of them have been around since the 19th century, right? So the capital needed to develop and build the infrastructure on these existing communities is a huge barrier. And even still with these laws, there are still bad actors in the developing world who see these laws unfairly putting the cost of building infrastructure on them. And so they often push those costs back down to the household level, creating this cycle of newer colonias being developed. Again, colonias are experiencing poverty at alarming rates, right? So 23% of colonia households live in poverty, and that's 10 percentage points higher than the US as a whole. And these residents often live and work in low-wage industries, and so their income is restricting them from accessing quality housing. And as I mentioned during my presentation really briefly, they often approach home construction and home improvement in a piecemeal fashion, and that is because they're self-financing these projects, right? And so when your income is restrictive and you don't know what your financial opportunities or products are, if any, and you have other competing priorities, it's a really hard cycle to break out of. And so those are just some of I'm sure that there's so much more, but those are just some of the challenges they face.
Absolutely. And I think what's quite striking from what you tell us is that we all know that the built environment is crucial for opportunities in life, right? It's like for multi-general opportunities, really. And so the fact that homeowners in colonias have to pretty much build their own built environment and really just adds another layer to this home ownership journey that is incredibly difficult to overcome.
Absolutely.
I would like to contrast that set of challenges that you've identified with UEVs now. Can you tell us some of those market challenges that you've identified in the urban context?
Yeah. So you have like the perspective of like, okay, I want to become a homeowner, right? And then maintaining that ownership, and obviously there's like different populations. So I think that in the community they have paid a lot of attention of like how we can become homeowners. But in a way it's like a little bit more indirect, and I will say that a big part of the Puerto Rican agenda and the Puerto Rican Cultural Center, it has been around education. So it's like, how can people get educated so they can have the income and they can then become homeowners. So a lot of it is like, and there's a lot of initiatives that are, everything is like education and housing, because it's like, it's about the community as a campus. So they have concentrated about, okay, so if we have like teachers that have like this income, how can they stay in the community so the students have like mentors, right? They can have people that speak Spanish, as opposed to having, again, just like people that are unrelated to the community. The same thing with like doing collaborations with the hospital to have like people that are nurses or doctors that can stay in place. And a big project is also thinking about business owners, because a lot of business owners, but also the people that work in the nonprofit sector, because a lot of those people will also aid to maintain this like cultural project, right? So you have like the Puerto Rican businesses and having the idea that they are in mixed use environment in where they can own like their condo upstairs and they can have their business there. So something that they have done is like incubators, right? To be able for people to start their own businesses and increase their income, and just having the the resources, right? And of course, with that, you have a lot of like education and just kind of like how you build your credit and things like that. So that's like on the end of how we become homeowners. As I said, you know, land trusts are very important, but they're also very challenging because there's not a lot of land in that space. It's already very, very dense. But moving forward, it might be about acquiring property for the land trust, and having, again, just like a condo, and then people be able to stay in place. So that's how I see it moving forward. The other portion is like maintaining people that are homeowners, and as I mentioned, like obviously for the people that were participating in the survey, they see as like being able to reduce the taxes as like the number one way of being able to do that. But as of right now, there's only appeals, but there's no like policy,
Actual
there's
policy.
nothing. Yeah, so that's something that they really need to look into. Something that they have is like obviously the campaigns of like no se vende or do not for sale, where the youth have been very involved in that, just kind of like educating the community about again how they maintain their home, but it's not something very robust at this point.
Absolutely. I think something that you really uplift here is the fact that challenges are complex, and that's why solutions need to be complex, right? Like education is crucial. But if we educate folks and they learn how to obtain homeownership, and then they go to try to obtain homeownership and there are no opportunities, then it creates a cycle of extreme frustration, right? That oftentimes we the Latinos face, and it becomes extremely unfair. So I think that comprehensive outlook is crucial, as you mentioned. Ashley, I would love to turn to you. I think a few times this morning we've talked about how climate threats are very real for our community. I talked about the LA fires this morning as well. How do you think the situation in Los Angeles currently is affecting some of those neighborhoods that ELAC helps so much with? And what do you think will be successful strategies for protecting those neighborhoods right now?
Oh, yeah. It's been absolutely devastating what has been going on in Southern California. Like with any crisis, whether it's the fires or with the COVID-19 pandemic, those crises always lay bare just how vulnerable the neighborhoods like Boyle Heights in Los Angeles are. The neighborhoods, the kind of inner-lying suburbs, working class and low-income suburbs of Los Angeles really are. Not only just folks individually in their precarity in the day-to-day, but entire neighborhoods, right, that can be upended. So whenever something like the fires takes place, my instinct is always to like look up or contact folks who are in community-based organizations to try to understand, how do you understand this? What are you seeing? And what are the levers that you see would be the most helpful to you at this time? And so that's always my first instinct. So with the fires, looking to kind of ELAC stance or the land trusts around their stance, or even the tenants unions. Los Angeles has a really, really strong tenants union, and one of its founding chapters is in Boyle Heights. It's called Unión de Vecinos. And all of these organizations have come out making it really clear what they think would be the most effective strategy. So I would lead with that. And so what they are collectively asking for is immediate protections and action. And so this includes anti-rent gouging, price gouging enforcement at the city and county level, but also emergency tenant protections. So this includes halting any evictions, rent freeze, eviction moratoriums, and even suggesting to seize vacant units. So they're asking for this from the city, from the county to take action. But I think what they're also asking for beyond that, because these are the things they've been asking for actually a really long time, is a broader kind of policy infrastructure response to crisis. To have a platform that is more equitable, that the city and county can enact when these things happen, not just during climate events or public health crises, but any crisis that can emerge. Yeah.
I really like how you started uplifting some of the policies and regulations that are really crucial, right? We also need an infrastructure set by these policies to really help organizations do their job. So now I want to turn finally, for probably everyone's like, finally, to the solutions, right? And this question goes for all of you. And maybe we can start with Evis, if that's okay. Can you tell us a little bit more about what promising state and local policies and regulations you have seen for increasing Latino homeownership in your specific context?
Yeah, so land trust, I think that's like key, combined with like all the things that we talked about, like having a down payment, just having like education around finance and credit, giving priorities to people that are in that area for particular programs. And I think that the rent to own or choose to own from the Chicago Housing Authority, it could be very promising as well.
Fantastic. Why don't we move to Ashley?
These are, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. What are state and local policies and regulations that are promising in the context that you've studied? And you hinted a little bit already.
Gosh, I would really second a lot of the policies that you mentioned. Is kind of what I've been thinking about is you have, I think, in both of our research, but in other research, folks who do research similar to Evis and I, the organizations we're embedded in are pointing to collective ownership tools. And they're exploring them on their own and seeking out technical assistance and creative financing strategies for them. And so that's one part of that work. But I've often thought about how can the city, the county, and the state rise to meet them there and help them strategize around those as well, because it's going to take those efforts too in various institutions to enact policies that kind of rise to that occasion and those types of demands, not as a fix-all solution, because they do present new types of challenges, and around scale and all sorts of other things we could talk about. But I often think, how can the city, how can land use policy rise to what organizations and people are already pointing to that they want to explore?
Absolutely. Amanda?
Yes, thank you. And you all touched upon this earlier, and it's not necessarily policy related, but there are community-based organizations throughout colonias who understand their unique needs, right? They understand that New Mexico colonias are not experiencing the same things as California colonias, and they understand the bureaucratic chains to accessing the resources that they need in order to build the infrastructure, to bring the financial literacy. And so uplifting their work that they're doing day in and day out, supporting it, putting the funds towards them first and foremost, I think is going, so that they can continue to do this work, is the most valuable. But then there are also financial institutions that are piloting revolutionary products within these communities, right? Urban Institute did amazing research on ITIN mortgage lending, so individual taxpayer identification number products, and financial institutions within certain Colonia regions like Texas National Bank are offering this this option to tax-paying individuals who may not have a social security number, and offering them opportunities to these mortgages. And while at first ITIN portfolios were seen as this huge high-risk investment, it's shown that they've actually been quite successful and quite lucrative for the bank, right? A true win-win for the bank and the community. And so this is something that can be replicated across the border region and elsewhere.
What I love is that there's a lot of agreement between you, even though your contexts are a bit different, on what the solutions are. And I think we as the researcher community, the activist community, or other organizations community, we really need to pay attention to a lot of these findings. And as you say, be creative and innovative when we think about solutions. Let's look outside of the box. We are almost at the point where we have to go to the Q&A, but I want to ask a one-sentence question, like let's answer in one quick sentence each. What is the last lesson learned from your research that you would like this audience to stay with? And maybe we can start with you, Manda, and then we'll make our way to me.
Yeah, well, it's not just with my research, right? It's with all this research. Thank you again to everybody on this stage. And it's not necessarily a new or revolutionary idea, but this is how we build capacity, right? Having these connections, talking about the strategies that are working, right, within these communities and can potentially be replicated elsewhere. I mean, colonias have been around for a long time, and so their challenges intersect with a lot of other challenges that underserved communities are experiencing. And so building on those solutions together is the way we can build capacity within colonias, and that's going to be the most important.
Fantastic. Ashley?
That's so difficult for me. I would say that if I could leave you with anything from my work, what my work has taught me and continues to teach me all the time is to think about, like, we can really think about these organizations as not maybe formal policymakers, but they are groups that are pushing policy, they're making policy, they're introducing policy, they're innovative around policy. And so I would encourage us all and push us all to seek out those ideas. How are they calling us all, not just local officials, calling us all to be more innovative, be more fearless, and continue to fight for equity under the conditions that we are walking into.
Thank you. Evis, one last lesson?
Yeah, I mean, something that I have learned about the culturally designated district is that we were looking at our communities, right, that were redlined, where they have barriers to accumulating wealth, that were affected by inflation and COVID and displacement. So it has this requirement in terms of like the census tracts to be able to acquire this funding, and the Puerto Rican agenda organized to make that happen at the state level, but it's for all communities, right? And I think that speaks about the importance of like place-based solutions, right? But at the same time, creating those legislations for all different groups that have been affected. So I think that there's a lot of support at the state level for things like that. So I think that it also opens doors for a lot of collaboration in terms of like thinking about new ideas of what people are doing here or people are doing that. But at the end of the day, a lot of it is going to be about place-based solutions, which is like what we have talked about in this panel. And by concentrating in space, maybe we can develop what are those tools that we could use in other Latino communities, perhaps, right? But I think that these case studies could be something that we think about how to move forward at a broader level.
I love how you're talking about how one effort, one fight, like you were telling us, really leads the stage set for other fights, right? And so it's not, we may think about things as small incremental changes, but truly they may affect down the line many other changes for us Latinos. So I want to take this opportunity to move to the Q&A, but this was a fantastic conversation already. And this first question is for all of you, so whoever wants to jump in first, please go ahead. Can you speak more about how fair housing issues appear in your research? How do you think fair housing enforcement and education agencies can best help Latino households achieve stable and sustainable homeownership? Who wants to go first?
Well, I mean, throughout the research over and over again, we saw that financial literacy is a huge barrier for Colonia households, and whether that's a lack of trust in a financial institution or even their proximity to a financial institution. I mean, a lot of colonias are located in rural areas and so don't have direct access to financial products that may work for them. And so, you know, targeted technical financial support can help bridge that barrier a little bit more, and so that they understand what their resources are, what products are available to them if they choose home ownership too. And so, yeah, I think financial literacy for these communities.
And that's a theme that already came up. So I'm curious to hear what Edith and Ashley, you have to say about that question.
I can go.
Sure.
Yeah, I have thought about this a little bit. ELAC has grappled with this during my time with them. They've continuously grappled with, like, how can we get folks into our developments fairly? Not just multifamily, but also in the homes that they've built, which is really difficult. So on one end, the financial literacy piece is a huge deal, but it literally has been them trying to reduce as many barriers to applying to get into their housing as possible, while providing the direct services to counsel folks and walk people through and steward them onto homeownership. So they doing that on one side to create a context of or reducing barriers towards equitable access. But on the other end, what they realized over time is that even though the folks that they were very successful in providing the services for folks that they needed to reduce these barriers, get people access to information that they need and have more confidence around the process, folks in the community, when they were ready to buy a home, they weren't buying in Boyle Heights because they couldn't afford it. So they'd go elsewhere, and ELAC's tracking that, where folks have gone, where they're going, because they truly can't afford it. And that is kind of one of the facets that was a catalyst to them exploring land trusts. Because they were like, okay, folks who want to move should be able to move, but folks who don't and want to stay should be able to stay. And one way to do that in a tight, hot real estate market is to think about alternative strategies to the traditional model of access to homeownership.
And that's definitely something that's come up several times, right? Like not only education, but land trusts, even solutions within the tax system that can help these legacy families, legacy households remain in place and avoid displacement. But I didn't mean to cut you off. Please go.
Yes. Well, at least like from the interviews and things like that, there's like two issues. Like one of them is like when people go and try to buy a home, like just because you're Latino, people might assume that you cannot do more of the bidding because it's expected that you want to offer more, right? And then people kind of like realtors might dismiss you, right, and don't treat you well. So that's like one narrative that is like emerging, and the other narrative is more about kind of like preferences for families in the real estate market. So it's like if people have like smaller households and I want to buy with you, that's not something that might be, they might face some discrimination, and that's something that we have when you have like kind of like a smaller households or people that might not be related by blood.
I think you bring up a very important point that I think has come through in all of your comments and presentations, which is that the fact is, Latinos, we still face discrimination, right? We face discrimination in all facets of the housing journey. And that's something that we need to address in order to really have long-lasting effects on Latino home ownership. All right, let me move on to the next question. This one is for Ashley and Evis. What role do local governments and policymakers play in supporting or hindering Latino homeownership efforts in gentrifying neighborhoods? Maybe we can start with Evis.
Sure, yes. And in this case, I would say that the relationship, right, with the alderman and with like other politicians is like actually like really good. So I would say as long as like the community has that good relationship, they can do a lot, right? Because they can just even create programs or ordinances of legislations like we have seen with the culturally state designated district, right? So as long as you have that, a lot. But if not, that's where you have like a big problem. So I think that that's why it's important, again, just to grow your own politicians, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And again, that brings us up to the importance of different actors in the decision-making process. Ashley, what do you think?
This is how do local, can you repeat? I'm so sorry.
What role do local governments and policymakers play in supporting or hindering Latino homeownership efforts in gentrifying neighborhoods?
Well, at least if we use this case, the case that I presented, one of the themes that runs through all of my time with ELAC, even during the time I wasn't there, just combing over all of the data of its past, what it's fought for, and its wins, I've really seen that it has taught the local planning department and city council members and even entities we don't necessarily think of as planners, like Metro, folks who have direct kind of power over how land is actually used and what's developed on that land. They've taught those players how to support them, right? Kind of forcing them in really creative ways to come to the table, saying we want to sit at the table, but you're not taking us seriously, that we have a vision already. We understand land use. So I think over time, the wins that ELAC's been able to do, I think I see in some ways they've kind of helped train these different kind of entities on how to serve them better, and their wins have been accomplished because of that. So ELAC has been able to acquire a lot of lots around Metro, on Metro-owned land, around the Metro rail stops, and directly develop affordable housing on top of it. And that was because they really forced them to the table, saying, you're supposed to serve us. We have a vision for all of the lots that you own that is public, and that should be for affordable housing because we're gentrifying, right? And so that's a huge win. And now Metro knows that there should be a community-based protocol on how to engage community around the lots and land that they own. And that's just one example. There's so many rich examples. And politics is really complicated in LA, so you can imagine ELAC has been really, really savvy and really creative in working in that tough landscape.
Absolutely. I think that's a fantastic way to end this panel, with just thinking about how we have to keep pushing the boundaries, keep forcing ourselves into the tables to really have, our voices heard. I just want to remind everybody that we have a delicious lunch served outside, but before we go eat that delicious lunch, I just want to thank our panelists. They were fantastic. I've learned so much. Seriously.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Great. Good afternoon, everyone, and also a warm good morning to our online audience joining from the West Coast. My name is Lena Zhu, and I'm a Senior Research Associate with the Housing Finance Policy Center at the Urban Institute. I'm very excited today to present our recent work on the impact of climate risk on Latino homeowners and communities. As we all know, climate change presents escalating risk for every one of us. Over the past several months, we've seen some of the most devastating natural disasters, including Hurricane Helene and the most recent fires in Los Angeles. Those events highlight the urgent need for us to better understand the impact of climate risk, particularly on Latino homeowners, given that they are more likely to be disproportionately affected. So in the next 15 minutes or so, I'll be sharing some of our key findings from this study jointly conducted with my colleagues John Walsh and Bryson Berry. The full research report will be published online shortly after today's event, and we hope it sparks more conversations, actions, discussions in this field. Just as a heads up, this presentation is packed with lots of visualizations, figures, and maps, so you may think of it as your second lunch and then all-you-can-eat data buffet. So grab a plate, let's dig in. Before we dive into the details, let's start with some small appetizers, our thought process for thinking about assessing climate risk. Climate risk is a very complex topic because we're facing different types of hazards. Some are chronic, such as the sea level rise, while others are acute, such as flooding, wildfires, and hurricanes. The hazard risk refers directly to the direct impact from those climate events, which could lead to property damages, reduce in home values, increase in home insurance, as well as place additional financial strain on homeowners. However, beyond those physical damage, what's equally important is the community risk, such as social vulnerability and community resilience, which could play a critical role in post-disaster recovery. For example, after Hurricane Katrina, communities with stronger social networks were able to rebuild faster due to its coordinated financial aid and access to resources. Conversely, areas with weaker community resilience, they face prolonged disaster recovery and also greater displacement. So in this work, we examine both the hazard risk and community risk, hoping to give a comprehensive risk assessment of the overall climate risk footprint for Latino homeowners and communities. And given the time constraint today, I'll be mostly focusing our findings at the national level, but the full report will also cover key insights for 6 local markets concentrated with a large Latino population, which I highly encourage you to explore more if you're interested. Now let's start with the overall hazard risk. These two maps compare the geographic distribution of Latino homeowner concentration and the overall hazard risk. So the map on your left-hand side shows the high concentration of Latino homeowners in southwestern regions, notably Texas, Arizona, California, as well as parts of Florida. The map on the right-hand side gives you the geographic distribution of the overall hazard rate. This data comes from FEMA's National Risk Index database, which consolidates 18 different hazard types into one single comprehensive risk measure. And when overlaid, these two maps reveal a very concerning pattern. We see a very strong geographic overlap between Latino homeowner concentration and greater climate risk. To be more specific, in fact, Latino homeowners and home values are disproportionately concentrated in high and moderate risk areas. Specifically, 27.2% of Latino home values are concentrated in high risk areas, exceeding the 19% for the total home values. Similarly, 22.8% of Latino homeowners are in high-risk areas as compared to only 16.1% for overall counterparts. These disparities highlight the vulnerabilities of Latino communities to hazard risk, both in terms of their concentration of home values and the physical presence in those at-risk areas. Now let's move on to the economic loss. We just talked about the concentration of homeowners and their home values, but what about the economic implications of those hazards? Here to capture the economic losses, we focus on the home value losses. And we see that Latino homeowners bear a disproportionately higher share of home value losses across neighborhoods at all income levels. Specifically, if we start from the last two bars, the all neighborhoods, we see that Latino home values constitute 8.1% of total home value. Yet their share of home value losses rise to 10.8%. And this absolute gap is even more pronounced in low and moderate income neighborhoods or LMI neighborhoods, where Latino home values consist of 12% of the total, yet their share of losses escalate to 16%. Zooming in on different neighborhood income levels, we further see that Latino home value losses are disproportionately concentrated in LMI neighborhoods. Here we see 24% of total Hispanic or Latino home value losses are concentrated in LMI neighborhoods as compared to only 16% for the overall homeowners. This concentration of losses in LMI neighborhoods has very important implications. First of all, homeowners in LMI neighborhoods, they tend to have much lower income levels, and they are less likely to be sufficiently insured for this different types of risk, leaving them extremely vulnerable to hazard risk. And in addition, the decline in their home values will undermine their financial stability and also erodes their housing wealth, which is a key financial component for many Latino families. Also, the depreciation of their home values could create further challenges in sustaining home ownership, which likely lead to greater foreclosure rates. So all these challenges could ultimately exacerbate the existing racial and ethnic wealth gaps, particularly in marginalized neighborhoods. Now that we've examined the overall risk, let's take a closer look at some specific hazard types. This table gives you the share of Latino residential property value loss by different disaster type. At the top of this table, we see that hurricanes pose the greatest threat, followed by earthquake, wildfires, riverine flooding, and some other types of hazards. So in the next couple of slides, we'll dive deeper into three selected hazards. Those are hurricanes, wildfires, and riverine flooding. That said, this is not to diminish the importance of earthquakes, but since earthquakes are less directly connected to climate change related threat, which is the primary focus of this study, we'll prioritize the remaining top rated hazards in this work, but we hope to further explore the implications of earthquakes in the future work. All right, hurricanes. Hurricanes pose the greatest threat. If you see the map on the left, those storms are most destructive on the East Coast as well as the Gulf Coast. And also, if we look at the distribution of homeowners, we see that Latino homeowners are disproportionately concentrated in high-risk areas. Approximately 20% of them are in high-risk areas as compared to 13% for the overall homeowners. It's also important to highlight the last row, which characterizes the no-risk area. You will see that here Latino homeowners are also more likely to reside in those areas. So the key finding from this graph is even though in generally they are less likely to reside in risk-prone areas, but for those who are affected by hurricane risk, they are more likely or disproportionately concentrated in high-risk areas. Moving to the economic loss here, we see Latino homeowners in high to moderate risk areas face disproportionately higher home value losses relatively to their share of home values. This is a very concerning pattern that holds across neighborhoods at all income levels. Specifically here, again, the last two bars, Latino home values constitute 8%, yet their share of total loss rise to 10%. And this absolute gap, if you look at the bars on the left-hand side, through LMI, middle, and upper income, these gaps persist. Wildfire. So wildfire risks are most prevalent in the western U.S., notably states, for example, Arizona, California, as well as other western states that exhibits the highest wildfire risk here. Rising temperatures and drying conditions increase the frequency and severity of the wildfire situations, including the most recent LA fires. And then moving to the right, the share of homeowners, again, generally they are less likely to reside in those risk-prone areas, but among those who do, we see a slightly higher share or exposure in moderate and high-risk areas. Similarly to the findings for hurricanes, for wildfires, we also see Latino homeowners in high to moderate risk areas face disproportionately higher home value losses. But what's unique about wildfire here, well, wildfire affected community, is that the median home value tend to rise as wildfire risk. So looking at the table on the right-hand side, we see that like those highlighted blue numbers, like the median home values in high-risk areas is significantly higher than the values in moderate risk and low-risk areas. This suggests that neighborhoods exposing to greater wildfire risk tend to be more affluent, where households tend to own more expensive homes. And the economic burden from wildfires fall disproportionately on Latino homeowners, primarily due to the losses in upper income and middle income, which reflected on the left-hand side. Last hazard type, riverine flooding. Riverine flooding, although contributing a relatively small share of residential total value losses as compared to hurricanes and wildfires, it still poses a significant risk to Latino and widespread risk to Latino homeowners who are disproportionately represented in high-risk areas. Consistent with wildfire and hurricanes, for those who are affected, they are more likely to reside in high-risk areas, 12% versus 10%. And again here, consistently, for those who are suffering high to moderate risk, riverine flooding risk, Latino homeowners bear a disproportionately higher share of their home value loss again. But different from wildfire risk, here if you look at the table, a different pattern shows that the median home value actually decreased as well as riverine flooding risk increase. So the median home value in high-risk areas is significantly lower as compared to the values in moderate risk area as well as low-risk areas. This also gets reflected in the bar charts on the left-hand side, is that we see this outsized proportional loss faced by Latino homeowners are more pronounced in LMI neighborhoods. So now that we've covered the overall hazard rates and 3 selected hazard types on hurricanes, wildfires, and riverine flooding, yes. So now it's time to go back to the community risk highlighted at the beginning of this presentation. So on this stage, you have 3 maps here. On the left-hand side, the blue map gives you the concentration of Latino population in different buckets. And on the right-hand side, these 2 maps capture how we define the community risk using 2 measures. The one on the top is the social vulnerability measure, which captures the susceptibility of population within a community to the adverse impacts of hazard risk. So the darker shades represent areas with that are highly socially vulnerable, meaning that those areas tend to have a greater share of households that are more likely to be low income, seniors, living in aging properties, uninsured, disabled, as well as facing language barriers. And the map on the right, the bottom, the pink map, characterizes another measure in community risk, which is the community resilience measure. Captures a community's capacity to prepare for, withstand, and recover from natural disasters. Again, the darker color represents areas that are very not resilient or less resilient as compared to the latter areas. And those areas tend to lack access to financial support and capital investment, also poor communication networks, as well as lower household income as well. And when overlap the three maps, another disconcerting pattern pops up. That is, Latino communities are characterized by high social vulnerability and low community resilience. To give a more numerical context, we see that neighborhoods with a higher concentration of Latino households experience disproportionately high community risk. So in the bar chart, if you just focus on the two sets on the left-hand side, for example, we see that for neighborhoods where 15 to 15% of their households are Latinos, almost a third of those areas are either highly social vulnerable or very less resilient, which signal very high exposure to community risk. And why we need to care so much about the community risk? Because this compounded effects of hazard risk and community risk is really important when we get to the localized context. And here I'd like to provide an example of the Houston area. So in Houston, hurricane posed the greatest threat, contributing more than 60% of the total residential losses. Here across the four maps, from the left to the right, you will have the distributions for Latino homeowner concentration, hurricane risk ratings, social vulnerability, and neighborhood income. And if you overlap the first two maps, you have 93% of Latino homeowners living in high hurricane risk areas. And now if you top that with the third map on social vulnerability, you will have 45% of high risk areas that are very socially vulnerable. And why is that? Because those areas often feature low-income households, aging housing stock, as well as limited access to quality infrastructure or energy resources that could help them buffer the climate risk. So all this to say the high community risk further amplify the challenges posed by hurricane exposure. So to summarize the challenges we've covered so far, we see Latino homeowners, they face growing threats from hurricanes, wildfires, flooding, as well as the overall hazard risk with disproportionate greater exposure in high-risk areas. And when it comes to the economic impact, we see that Latino home values face outside losses relative to their overall share of residential value, particularly in those LMI neighborhoods which tend to be highly socially vulnerable and less resilient. So those community risks will further amplify the escalating hazard risk those communities are facing. And this will reflect the systemic barriers long-lasting in the system, which restricted their access to resources, which lead to income disparities and also unequal access to resources. So I know I'm at time, so spent maybe the first 14 minutes talking about challenges, but, oops, sorry. It seems I have another slide on solution, which is a perfect segue, even though we don't have the slides here. The next 10 minutes discussion with our moderator will focus more on the solution. So we won't just stop at the questions or challenges. We will talk about opportunities and solutions. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is everyone awake? What time is it?
How is the all-you-can-eat data buffet?
Yes. Thank you for that. Really rich information. So much to ponder. A reminder for you all, we do have questions and answers. So for those of you in the audience, I'm sure you've been told you have QR codes. For those of you online, you have a method to do that. I encourage you to submit questions.
Not too tough questions.
Not too tough, right? So just to jump in, I know we're a little pressing on time. We're living in a moment of a lot of extreme disasters. We had Hurricane Helene not too long ago. We don't talk about it as much, but it's still very much top of mind to communities there. Of course, we're living through California wildfires. The wildfires are equivalent to the size of Washington, D.C. So just in terms of context and scale, it's a significant issue. A lot of Latino communities are impacted, among other communities, but a lot of Latino communities. So, Lena, I guess the first question I'd love to ask you is, as communities seek to rebuild, what sort of financial assistance solutions are available. And as a response piece, but for thinking about sort of the preparation, what sort of solutions and activities and actions are available for folks to prevent and to weatherproof their homes and their assets?
Thank you for this great question, Mauricio. I guess to kick us off, in terms of resources or policy interventions, I feel like a significant amount of investments are needed at both federal and state and local levels. So we need to do more to enhance the community resilience and reduce the vulnerability. And for example, at federal level, I know we're facing so much uncertainty right now, but just to draw some examples, like existing programs at the federal level, for example, FEMA's BRIC program, Building Resilient Communities, and HUD CDBGDR program, they are all great examples to provide financial support for post-disaster recovery and also to support families to build more resilient homes. At the state level, given the recent LA fire situation, one example in California is that their wildfire resilience programs, which support home hardening related projects. So my knowledge on those programs are pretty thin. I feel like moving forward, it's important to spark more conversations at the local level. There's so many pilot programs at the local level. I think it's important for us to learn from each other how to make those programs run more efficiently, to be more scalable and also more sustainable. So maybe moving forward in terms of research, from a research standpoint, we need more qualitative research to understand the pros and cons for each program and think about what's the best way to move forward. And secondly, it's important to improve financial assistance for home improvements. Programs like California Wildfire Mitigation Program, they support fire-resistant materials. But again, how to make those programs sustainable is a key question to think about. Another thing I like to highlight is, so having those programs at different levels, federal, state, and local levels are important. But what's equally important is to highlight or expand the outreach and education to ensure homeowners are aware of those options, and also to ensure equitable and fair access to those options, especially for those who may face language barriers, limited English proficiency, to help them equally get access to those resources.
And I realize thank you for that. I realize I didn't introduce myself. My name is Mauricio Garcia. I'm the Senior Vice President of Programs at UnidosUS. I work closely with Laura and her team. So, Lena, you mentioned, resources, education, and just to put a little bit of a Unidos context to this, we know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done to be able to get to our communities the information. Oftentimes it's jargon, right? There's a lot of jargon. It's a complex web of information, particularly on the financial side, let alone on just climate change in general. So one thing that Unidos has done over the last, I would say, year and a half is we joined forces with two other civil rights organizations that represent the Black community and the AAPI community, the National Urban League and National Capacity. And collectively, those three organizations, including Unidos, we have a network of community-based organizations that exceeds 500. So if just you think about the sheer reach of those organizations and the power to be able to deploy information and resources and education is really rich and really important. However, this goes back to the materials and how we talk about this. And so we've undertaken a comprehensive landscape analysis of all these communities to understand what the pain points are in terms of how is climate impacting housing, how is it climate impacting work, health, and obviously all those roles you can't divorce them from each other. But also, how are the organizations themselves thinking about climate? You've heard the panel before, they're leaders. ELAC and others, they're leaders in this. But there's so many more that are struggling to figure out, how does climate actually fit into my programming? They can be a housing counseling provider, but still haven't gotten to the point where they know how climate fits in terms of the financial assistance, in terms of the retrofits, all of that stuff. And so it's incumbent on organizations like Unidos and the National Urban League and National Capacity to be able to share that information, but to partner with folks like you all to be able to, if you will, translate some of the pieces there. So the goal for that group, for that project for us, is to be able to share information with you all and other partners in the field to say, these are the pain points, this is what we're seeing. and be able to identify where there's critical opportunities and critical gaps.
Kudos to all the great efforts, endeavors from Unidos, and looking forward to read the landscape scan.
Yes, so I just got the 3-minute warning already.
Already,
so,
okay.
So let's go back to the wildfires for our last question. So they prompted in, questions about homeowners insurance, and this is a really big topic and something that's actually come up in our research with our partners. Can you talk about how your research can help identify unnecessary barriers and perhaps find solutions to these disparities?
Of course, we have to talk about insurance when it comes to the climate-related discussions. So let me start by characterizing the current situation. So when it comes to insurance, we are facing this persistent unavailability and unaffordability of home insurance, particularly for low-income households of color. Low-income households, empirical evidence show that they are either paying higher effective insurance rates or totally uninsured. And for many low-income households, for those without mortgages, they may opt out of insurance totally, leaving them extremely vulnerable to future escalating climate risk. So talking about solutions, I feel like some of them are maybe short, targeted more towards, geared towards short term, more actionable, and some needs more thinking and brainstorming. So, but I like to first highlight the role of state regulators. I think they can play a crucial role in balancing the market-based solutions with more targeted government subsidies. State regulators may consider reconsider making help private insurance be more flexible in terms of adjusting their premiums as a reflection of the escalating climate risk. But of course, that will make it even more unaffordable for many homeowners. So at the same time, state and local policymakers need to think about more targeted, tailored subsidies to ensure those who cannot afford the private market policy can still access insufficient insurance coverage. So this balance between the private market solutions and the public sector solutions, I think that's need more thinking. And more short-term, I think, low-hanging fruit is first the data collection. We need more data from the state regulators to help us the public audience better monitor the insurance gap. We need more data. And also, again, I wanted to highlight the importance of targeted outreach and education to help not just homeowners, but aspiring homeowners who are currently renters to understand the importance of having sufficient coverage to buffer future risk, which is super important.
And just to build on that, so your research and the research of other peers in the community is so invaluable because, at Unidos, we're vying to find the right solutions and be able to share them widely. And we believe there's three principles that are very, very important. I'm going to read these off real quickly. One, an insurance marketplace that provides an affordable, comprehensive, and reliable product for homeowners is essential. A fair disaster relief system, which gets to what you were talking about before, that ensures all communities have access to state and federal resources to improve resiliency and aid and recovery. We saw that politicized a couple weeks ago. The third, enhanced information and awareness so consumers understand the extent and gaps of their insurance coverage and understand the climate-related risks where they live. So what does that mean? That information needs to be ever present across the various layers of ecosystem players, from policy folks, from funders, from intermediate organizations here in DC or in other places like Unidos, but also our community level partners. And so just thinking about our seminal work, 30 years of housing counsel, running a housing counseling network, they need to be able to talk about this with their clients. They need to be able to talk about the incentives that are available in the IRA. But oftentimes, again, it gets lost in translation. So that education awareness, not just for our communities, but for the folks who are serving those communities is as important. So I believe that is the extent of what we have. So we have a couple questions. And so, these are for you. So for the first question, people can't freely uproot and move away from risky areas. But did your research uncover parts of the country that should be avoided to minimize their risk?
Great question. So in this work, we didn't directly address this topic, but I think this question raises an important discussion, which is we often talk about mitigate the existing risk in those hazard areas. But maybe what's missing in the picture is how about the relocation strategies? In some places, maybe a more optimal, I wouldn't use the word optimal, but a better strategy is to think about strategically relocating some of the at-risk residents. But that comes back to the question of the lack of affordable housing supply and the searching cost, the matching cost. But hopefully I partially addressed this question about mitigating the risk. I feel like we need different approaches, not just focus on one direction and go deeper, but more breadth scope.
And I'm going to take a little creative freedom. So you mentioned about, the development of affordable housing, and so we can't develop affordable housing or housing without a workforce. And so if you think about the Latino community, we will represent nearly 80% of new workers in this decade. So that serves two purposes for this conversation. One, to be able to have the workforce to be able to, or part of the workforce to be able to develop that housing. But two, those jobs need to be family-sustaining jobs. If they are family-sustaining jobs, then those workers, who many of which will likely be Latino, could be on the path to homeownership. So it's a two-pronged piece here. And so the more we can invest in those two areas interconnected, the more we will hopefully see some success and moving of the needle in this direction.
That's a great point.
Okay, I'm going to do the second question. And we'll do this. This will be the last question. Have you noticed any differences in the magnitude or the level of risk exposure among different community or country of origin of Latinos, so Mexicans, Cubans, Colombians?
Another good question, maybe for the next paper. Again, we didn't address that in this paper, also due to the lack of data. I think having access to those detailed breakdown by country of origin would definitely help address these questions, but we didn't have access to this type of data. But I want to acknowledge the importance of this type of research, and not just for Latino communities, even for the Asian segment, the AA and NHPI, it's also equally important to have more disaggregated information about the disparities within the segment.
All right, well, thank you, Lena. Thank you, audience. I'd like to invite our next speaker, Olivia Arena, to join us on stage, but thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm waiting for the iPad. In the meantime, it's great to be here, actually back at Urban. Thanks. If I look familiar, I am in fact not famous, but I worked here in the Metropolitan Housing and Community Policy Center for 4 years, from 2016 to 2020, and I'm excited to be back. I've since moved to Los Angeles, which is where I flew in from yesterday, and I'm going to talk today about housing supply in predominantly Latino cities. So we're going to look specifically at the case study of Southgate, California. It is a suburb of Los Angeles. It's 95% Latino, and we're doing some work there as an organization based in Los Angeles that is an architecture nonprofit. We also do planning and design, and we work hand in hand with community members, individuals, and local governments to do actually some of the place-based work that we heard about earlier. I'm actually incredibly grateful that all of this work was teed up for me because I'm going to reinforce a lot of what's already been said. The importance of community-based partners, understanding and listening to the repeated demands of community members, and the consistent barriers that Latinos have been facing over generations when it comes to accessing Latino homeownership and housing opportunities. So as an organization, we're currently working with the city of Southgate, California on the creation, implementation, and socialization of an accessory dwelling unit program, an ADU program. ADUs are also known as granny flats, backyard units. I'm originally from Houston, where sometimes they're called pool houses or garage apartments. And these are really touted as this missing middle infill strategy. So our topic really wanted to explore housing supply. We've been working in the city of Southgate, working as practitioners, so on the ground doing architecture, planning, and community engagement work. And we saw this as an opportunity to kind of evaluate some of the work we've been doing. We wanted to know if the ADU policies that we've helped create and then socialize have impacted Latino homeownership in the city of Southgate. And then because it's important to learn lessons and share them with similar cities and states, as was shared earlier today, we wanted to know if some of these lessons can be applied to other places, similar in demographics that share different features, but have specific differences. So we chose Hialeah, Florida, and Laredo, Texas. They share certain commonalities, but have very different geographic and political contexts. So, which has also come up today, we encountered some initial challenges with data availability and collection. Our first finding was fairly easy. It's that we needed to have more robust data on emerging housing typologies. So folks, which sounds like such a researcher thing to say, we need more research on this research. But we wanted to know for Laredo and Hialeah, comparative policies. What's happening with second units? Are they effective tools for Latino homeownership? And we've heard anecdotally from this comparative case study approach that there are in fact second units, informal units, but often because the policy is not formalized and the units are not permitted, there is therefore no data gathered on that information. It makes an incredible amount of sense from the practitioner point of view. There might be informal housing that's being developed to meet need. Why would that be reported and gathered? Why would someone come out and say, I actually do have an unpermitted unit, you should count it? So the first thing we realized in our first finding was that there needs to be comprehensive both data collection, but also amnesty and legalization programs. We've learned and we've seen that this is happening in the majority Latino cities that we looked at, and we've recommended that these policies actually need continued study because they are novel and they are emerging. So in our study, we took this comparative approach. Because of the initial lack of data, we really leaned on what we have, which is an existing relationship with the city of Southgate and ADU permit data that we've been working with. So we did this deep dive into Southgate, but we also wanted to compare with some administrative data from the Census Bureau and a historical and policy scan, Laredo and Hialeah. We chose these because of shared characteristics. So they're both located in the United States. We didn't do a big comparison between different countries or cities in the global South. We stuck to the United States. They all three have around 95% Latinos. So these are majority Latinos by a large margin. They're small to mid-size in population. So Laredo's actually the largest with around 255,000 people, and they're in a larger metro area. So Southgate is right outside of the city of Los Angeles. It's in Los Angeles County. Laredo, it shares a metro area with Nuevo Laredo, so it spans the border, which is the interesting political context. And then Hialeah is within Miami-Dade County. So we wanted to use this mixed methods approach, which we heard is important in participatory planning and also in research. We wanted to look at the history of development in the place to situate the work we were doing. We looked at relevant scans of policies from the 1900s forward, and then we looked at good old census data. We used the ACS and the building permit survey, and then we had novel Southgate permit data. Here are some of the commonalities that I talked about. So Southgate is actually half the size of Hialeah and Laredo. They all have very similar demographic makeup with a high percentage of Latinos. Laredo has the highest homeownership rate, but the other two cities in these larger US metros, they actually have a majority renter population. Vacancy rate is very low in Southgate. Both Southgate and Hialeah are completely surrounded by other cities. So they actually don't have a lot of developable land. Any housing that's gonna come is going to have to be infill. And then we see these incredible amounts of housing cost, which has already been teed up by many presentations. We know at the national level and also in each of these metropolitan statistical areas that there's a declining inventory of available units. This is Zillow data from 2019. So we're seeing massive declines in available units. And meanwhile, we're seeing increasing median home sales prices. You can look at Los Angeles right there. You might be saying, Olivia, these are metropolitan statistical areas. What about the cities within them? It's a slightly lower median home price for Hialeah and Los Angeles, but the median home price for Southgate is over $600,000. So when we're thinking about Latino communities, working class communities, these communities have had home ownership opportunities, but it's becoming increasingly difficult. And we know that there's an affordable housing shortage across the country. It's incredibly pronounced in California. The state legislature estimates that it's 3.5 million housing units that are missing from the supply. And one of the other findings we have is that it's not enough to just permit supply. It's not enough to say, oh, you're legally allowed to build more, but there have been historic inequities for the Latino community. And so programs can't, and policies just can't legally allowed for housing construction. There need to be specific targeted programs and policies like the one that we're working with in Southgate. However, we chose California, both because selfishly we have the practitioner experience. Also, it's an area of study for Unidos, and there's a lot of focus on California. It also has innovation at the state level, specifically around some of these supply side policies. Here's a list of some of the different policies that California has, but like I mentioned, ADUs are kind of seen as this way to build on existing land, specifically single family properties, which we know is like the California housing typology. Here's a diagram. ADUs as a potential infill solution. So an ADU, as it's defined in California, is either attached or detached. It can be a new build, but it can also be a garage conversion. It can also be within the home, so it can be conversion of existing living space. California's really made it a legal right to be able to buy right, develop ADUs. But at the same time, we're seeing that just because you can legally build doesn't mean you have the existing housing context to develop on your property. When we looked across these different housing variations across these 3 different areas, we see that there are a majority in Southgate and Laredo of 1-unit detached homes. But for example, in Laredo, those homes are much larger than those in Southgate, 3 or 4 bedrooms. In Southgate, even if there's a single family home, they might still have this entire back lot that they're able to legally develop. We also see, and was brought up with the colonias, that there are more informal housing options, such as mobile homes in the city of Laredo than there are in Southgate, and then there are in Hialeah, which is almost none of the housing stock. But meanwhile, Hialeah has this boom of larger apartments that we don't see in Southgate. This is important because there is variation, even when it seems like the community is homogenous or the demographic is 95% Latino, that the population number is about the same, that there are very big differences in housing typologies. And that's why it's important to have local level solutions and approaches. We did see that across the board when we did our policy and housing analysis, that housing stock has not kept pace with need in the majority Latino cities that we looked at. We've seen that folks take things sometimes into their own hands and create units where they do not exist or where they're not permitted to be, because we've seen these multi-generational families. We've seen that there's not enough housing stock to meet need. Folks then continue to develop. And we've seen that even when they are permitted, ADUs are by default rental units. So up until last year in the state of California, you couldn't sell your ADU. You could only rent it. And even now, though it's legalized, only the city of San Jose has opted in. So just because you build a unit doesn't mean it's an inherent homeownership opportunity. We also, and I'll emphasize this later too, policies that streamline development, focus on resident needs, how to socialize these programs, get residents part of the way there, and provide funding. Like in Texas, actually, they have a bootstrap loan program. These are part of a suite of services that need to be provided for homeowners. Again, you can't just legally allow something to happen, especially when communities have been left out and inequitably been left out of the housing market and need additional support. So in the case of Southgate, we are brought in to work on this program for ADU development. Again, they're legally allowed, but what does it look like for a majority Latino community to participate in a program that they have the right to participate in and to benefit from those policies? Since 2016, which is when a suite of ADU legislation went into effect in California, we've seen this increase in ADU production. Now, I will say, while these numbers look relatively small, it is an amazing thing to have over 80 permitted units in a year in some of these cities. Anyone who's gone through the permitting process knows that it's actually an incredible feat. And of the units that have been built in the last 6 years, we're seeing some really interesting typologies. So the majority of units are garage conversions, meaning that folks don't necessarily want to build a new structure, but they're willing to sacrifice parking, and they're willing to sacrifice sometimes extra living and storage space to make additional units for their community. We're seeing that the number of bedrooms, most of these units are still 1 bedroom. Some of them are 2 bedroom, but these aren't massive expansions of square footage. Some of the concerns raised by folks that are challenging ADUs, concerns around privacy or these big homes that are coming up to be right up against the fence line. That's not really what we're seeing. We're seeing that folks are building for their family need, for their community need. We're also seeing, as you can see with 2023 data, that actually ADUs are a variety of sizes, likely because ADUs have to still comply with local level provisions. So that's, again, emphasis that community policymakers and advocates know their community best, and folks will build what they're allowed to build when they have support. So we wanted to make the connection to homeownership because that's what this grant called for. We'd been talking about housing unit production. We're seeing units come onto the market. We're seeing folks building. But how does that connect to homeownership? And I think it's challenging. We looked at the ACS rate for homeownership in Southgate, and it's held steady. So even with new units coming online, we aren't able to reasonably discern that that's resulting in homeownership. Again, ADUs and second units are by default rental properties. So just because a unit is added does not mean that it trickles down into homeownership. Now, there are policies that we recommend could be enacted to give this as an opportunity, but what we found is that ADUs make up in Southgate almost a third of new permits that have been issued in the past 5 years. So 404 permits were issued for ADUs from 2017 to 2022. And we look at building permit survey data, 1,300 permits were pulled in those same years, meaning that ADUs make up a good percentage of new developments that are happening. But it's difficult to say, even with these new housing units, that they're increasing homeownership. A lot of assumptions would have to be made. One level more of assumption is because we have permit data, often those permit data do not include any racial or ethnic identifiers, meaning you can't then make the claim that a certain community benefited. And we made the assumption in our research that these cities that are 95% Latino, we made the assumption that many of these ADUs might be in Latino households. But we also know that that could be likely very incorrect because Latinos have historically faced barriers to participating in the housing market and housing programs at disproportionate rates. All of this is to say that existing administrative data often do not capture emerging housing typologies, and they don't capture it at the granular level to be able to make sure that we're meeting racial and ethnic goals for participation in our housing market. This is, again, that the research says we need more research finding. But ultimately, if we're looking at these new and emerging typologies like ADUs, the American Housing Survey or the American Community Survey should start to think about implementing questions that capture these novel trends. So not just single family or 1 unit housing. We know that the phenomenon of ADUs or second units is occurring in majority Latino cities. We know that folks are building for their families and their community, whether or not they're formalized. We spoke with some experts to try to ground truth our research, and someone said, it's not necessarily by prohibition that we're not gathering this information, meaning that units can be being built, and by turning a blind eye in local government, it doesn't mean that they don't exist. It means that we need better and trusted data partners to go out to communities, to work with community-based organizations to learn more about housing needs and potential solutions. We also found that ADUs increase housing stock, but again, not inherently homeownership. And ultimately, we found that supply-side policies cannot be the only solution to address the housing crisis and increase Latino homeownership. Just because you permit supply to be built doesn't mean it inherently goes to the folks that need the most support or have historically faced boundaries. So in conclusion, states and cities can adapt ADU policies to fit their needs. So we recommend that cities like Laredo, like Hialeah, can really benefit from looking at the state and local context that we see in Southgate to create infrastructure for implementation and reporting around ADUs, permitted or not. Part of that is administrative surveys. Part of that is continued research partners, like trusted community-based organizations or data intermediaries in majority Latino communities. And ultimately, ADU policies and programs have to do more than just legally allow. For example, in Southgate, there are permit-ready plans that have already gone through the majority of the process, and there are standard plans for garage conversions, meaning that residents are able to save thousands of dollars and navigate jargon with the help of the city, providing that information for free. That's all to say that there's a lot of innovation happening at the state and local level to increase supply, but a lot of work needs to happen to ensure that it's increasing our ultimate goal, which is Latino homeownership. And now I can move to Q&A. So I prompted this like you could ask questions in the room, but I'm looking at the ones that have come online. The first one is ADU pilot programs don't always create affordable housing, in part due to the cost of construction or renovation. How is affordability of ADUs being addressed? This is a great point. Again, legally providing for ADU construction does not provide funds necessarily for the actual manual work that's happening. In the state of California, we know that the cost of construction and the cost of labor is incredibly high. It's very difficult to build housing, both at the individual level and at the multifamily level. And often housing goals do not include an affordability component. So there isn't necessarily a goal there is a goal at the state level to build additional units through the housing element process, but those are not always directly targeted at lower income communities or lower income homeowners. We definitely recommend and have seen through different programs the success of targeted pilots that include financial resources. Again, an example of the city of Southgate, they've created a plan set that can be downloaded, saving homeowners upwards of $10,000, which is small in the large cost of building an ADU, but it still gets the process going, saves time, and helps provide a trusted partner in the construction process, which for most people is incredibly personal. It's their own backyard, it's their own investment. We heard earlier about how homes are the main vehicle, whether right or wrong, for generational wealth. So folks often just want a city to be able to communicate with them in their own language, on their own terms, and with trusted partners. That being said, ADUs are not cheap to build, and that requires dedicated funds at the state or local level to either subsidize or supplant some of the costs, as well as trusted partners that can work to bring down some of the costs of materials. Our organization actually piloted in Los Angeles the first Section 8 backyard unit program called the Backyard Homes Program that worked together to braid funding from multiple sources and have affordable units built in folks' backyards using Section 8 vouchers. And there was like an incredible appetite for that. So it's happening in novel ways, but again, that's where you need continued funding, policy support, and lessons learned and convenings like the one here today. A question that's easy for me to answer, difficult to discuss, is did your research uncover data on ADUs being used for Airbnb? We did not look at the short-term rental policies on this project. However, we have often said that building ADUs is separate from short-term rental policies. So you can have both of them and should. You should specifically create policies to address a need. If the need is housing supply and infill and density, build ADUs and create policies that allow for folks who have historically not been able to enhance or build housing in their communities to build, and then regulate short-term rentals. But often trying to do the same in the two different processes in the same policy might have unintended consequences. So for example, then folks, there's no uptake of building additional infill units. So we didn't look at that for this research project. But in general, we've discussed that in the past. I think I'm out of time. So thank you so much for chatting. I'm welcome any questions, comments, and concerns. It's a work in progress. And also, I'm excited to welcome our next panel. Oh, actually, we have a short break for 20 minutes. So please come back in around 15 to 20 minutes for the next panel. Thanks.
see. Okay, we'll be starting.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We're at the final segment of today. I'm Laura Arce. I'm Senior Vice President for Economic Initiatives at UnidosUS. Unidos launched the Homeownership Means Equity Initiative to advance economic prosperity through homeownership. And as Janet noted at the start of the day, from the beginning, one of our core pillars of our work has been investing in data analytics and evidence-based research to fill the knowledge gap so that we can develop more effective public policies and market practices to advance homeownership opportunities for all communities. And it's been really incredible to see the lineup today of research and all the evidence-based policy recommendations. I'm really excited to see the final papers that should be published very soon on our websites. But we have now made it to the final panel, so thank you all for sticking around with us through the day. And we're now going to shift to a really important topic, which is mortgage credit and its connection to intergenerational wealth transfers. Many of you know the right mortgage product is key to sustainable homeownership and making sure that that homeowner, is able to remain in their home and be successful. And it's also key to maximizing the chances that your home can also be your legacy for the next generation. My parents were first-generation homeowners, and that decision that they made gave me and my brothers an edge that my parents, and certainly not my grandparents, had in this country. But it's also true that my parents really struggled to get financing for that first house. It was a fixer-upper in a previously redlined neighborhood in Oakland, California. But the good news is that things have improved significantly in terms of access to credit since my parents became first-generation homeowners in the early 1970s. But we also know from research and some of what we heard today that Latinos continue to have unequal outcomes when they apply for mortgage credit, even when holding many variables constant like income and credit score. Increasingly, a healthy housing and mortgage market is reliant on Latinos. If we don't narrow the Latino homeownership gap, what we're going to see is that our national homeownership rate is also going to start to decline. And that's going to have really big implications for the housing market. In short, increasing Latino homeownership is good for our national economy. So I'm really excited about the research we're going to hear from shortly. We're going to hear from 3 experts on access to credit and wealth building, first individually, and then we're going to come together for a panel conversation. We're going to start with Jung Choi, Principal Research Associate here at the Urban Institute. She will present on findings from a paper she published last year on barriers to mortgage credit and underwriting for Latino homebuyers. And then we'll hear from Jonathan Halkett, Assistant Professor of Finance at Texas A&M University. He's going to discuss findings on differential access to credit and wealth building through homeownership for Latino communities, so more from a community perspective. And then third, we're going to hear from Patricia Bravo Morales, who is a research assistant at the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies. Patricia is going to present on the factors that impact Latinos homeowners' ability to maintain their housing equity and pass it on to the next generation. So we're going to start with Jung. The floor is yours.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a task to entertain you with a lot of data and number at the very last session of the day. So hopefully you will be very intrigued and interested by some of our findings. I think we have covered a lot of things that happen on the ground and a lot of partners, local partners, stakeholders who are trying to kind of really work hard to make homeownership more accessible for the Latino families today. In this presentation, we are going to go back to the national level trends, and we are going to take a look at the barriers to access mortgage credit among Latino households. So when I think about the future home buyers, two populations come into my mind. I think we talked about this. Excuse me. I think we talked about this a little bit in the beginning of the session and also throughout the presentation. That let's see. I think some of my slides have been switched for some reason, but I'll just start here. So we do see that Latino home buyers will drive the future home buying market. Thanks. And in the next 10 years, along with millennials and Gen Z. And as you know, Latino households have disproportionately higher share of younger adults. Let's see if other slides have not been kind of, I think all the slides have been mixed around for some reason, so I'll have to go back and forth and try to find the slides in order. Sorry about the technical challenges. Okay, so let's. Yeah, so in today's presentation, I'm just gonna there's gonna be slight mismatch between what I say and what is on the screen, but I'll try to explain as clearly as possible. So what we are going to do today is go over the trend and status of Latino homeownership, and then look at the existing barriers that face in accessing a homeownership, and finally, we will end with some of the solutions. So as it was mentioned in some of the presenters' data, that Latino homeownership rate still lags behind white households about 20 to 24 percentage point, around that range. But since 2014, there has been some recovery. So there was a graph there that showed that Latino homeownership rate started to recover from 2014, and now it's around 51%, which is about still 23% below white homeownership rate. But despite the pandemic, we did see some gradual improvement in Latino homeownership over time. But I think this was the first slide. But however, despite those improvements, I think Laura mentioned to this, Latinos tend to be younger, and they are more likely to be living in a low-income family. But even after controlling for income and age, the yellow bar here is the Latino homeownership rate, and you can see that for all the buckets, the yellow bar is lower than the blue bar, which shows the white homeownership rate. So you do see that Latino homeownership rates lag significantly behind Black homeownership rate. So today, and there was another, let's see if that data shows here. Yes. Yes, and then this is the data for the mortgage denial rate that shows that Latino mortgage denial rate is about 14%. It's 6% lower than Black households, and about 5% lower than Black households, and about 6% higher than white households. And you can see that the numbers have increased over time. And so today what we are going to look at is these are the key barriers that Latino face in mortgage underwriting: debt to income ratio, credit history, and down payment. So we will be looking at one by one to determine which of these factors have deterred Latino households from accessing homeownership. So first, there was a graph that showed. Yes, so the share of borrowers that denied because of debt to income ratio has risen over time. So this graph does show that from 2021 and 2023, more and more borrowers are denied because of a high DTI ratio. That number actually increased to about 47% among Latino households. There has been a steep jump in borrowers who have been declined from accessing mortgages because of the high DTI ratio. And then but then when we look at this, we thought this was very interesting because the median household debt by Latinos, if you look at the total numbers, is relatively lower than other groups of population compared to, for example, white others who are majority Asians, blacks. About median household debt for Latino households is about $15,200, which is significantly lower than other groups of population. But what is more interesting is if we actually divide this by owners and renters, we do see that the higher share of Latino homebuyers have, homeowners have higher median household debt compared to whites and blacks. And it's slightly lower than other population, while the median debt for renters are the lowest among the all groups. So this suggests that for Latino households, majority of the debt is coming from the mortgage debt. And we have discussed earlier that this is because they are likely to live in more expensive areas like California, New York, and Texas. And then this graph in the right side looks at the decomposition of the debt, and it also shows similar story. So we do see that among Latinos, about 84% of them had debt in principal residence, and this is highest among all groups. Among the renters, we see a high portion of debt in other residents and also in vehicle installments. So overall, this suggests that for Latinos, majority of the debt when accessing homeownership is coming from mortgage debt. And again, this is because of the areas that they are located, and also rise in interest rate, and some of the things related to the low down payment, which I will discuss more about in the coming slides. So also, we do see that Latino households tend to have a slightly higher median income than Black, but then compared to white, it has slightly lower median income. So they are kind of in the middle range among all households, but then this doesn't incorporate the fact that Latino households have the largest household size. So the average household size for Latino is about 3.2 people per house, and that is largest among all groups. So if we just look at the individual level of income, we see that among 16 to 65-year-old, Latino individuals had the lowest median wage of $34,300 in 2023, and that number reflects the fact that Latino individuals are struggling in the labor market. It also reflects the fact that they are relatively younger, and many of them work in the gig economy. So the share of Latino individuals working in the gig economy sector have grown over time. So the other thing that we wanted to highlight here is that Latino households are more likely to be living in a multi-earner household. So let's look at the Latino here, and then please focus on the black and the gray bar over there. And that shows that Latino households, among owners, about 60% of the owners have more than 2 earners in the house, which is about, I think it was about 5% higher than white households, but I have to go and check the numbers. And you can also see that among Latino renters, they are also more likely to have more than 2 earners in the house. However, the challenges, I don't know what happened. Sorry about the technical differences. So the challenges about Latino households is, one, I wanna just highlight that they are more likely to live in the households with multi-earner households, but the problem is they are less likely to have a co-applicant in their mortgage application. So for white households in 2023 HMDA data, about 43% had a co-applicant in the mortgage application, compared to 43% of Latino households. So there is a gap. So one, again, I showed you that Latino households are more likely to have multiple earners in the house, but yet when they apply for mortgages, they are less likely to apply with a co-borrower. The other thing that that's the debt to income part. The credit score part I want to mention is that credit is another barrier for accessing homeownership. About 17.5% of Latino households in the 2023 HMDA data was denied because of credit history. So, so Latino households have higher share. So they do have lower debt in general because they interact less with the credit system. But because they interact less with the credit system, they are more likely to have no credit scores or thin credit scores. So in the Vantage score data, I think about 43% of Latino households had a Vantage score below 660, which is significantly higher than Asian and white households. And we don't have, but the Vantage score is not really used in mortgage underwriting. It's being in the process being used. We have access to the FICO score data, which is 2018. It's slightly outdated. But if you look at the 2018 data for FICO score that is being used in mortgage underwriting, we find that about 27% of Latinos didn't have a FICO score, and about 23 of them had FICO score below 620. So there is a large share of credit invisible population among Latino households, and there are also a large share of them who have low credit scores. And finally, the third segment that I wanted to mention is the debt down payment, and Latino households are more likely to put lower down payment compared to white and Asians. So in 2023, about the share of Latino households who put 10% or more down payment was about 33%, compared to about 54% among white households and 70% among Asian households. So because they are able to put less down payment, this actually influences the increase in DTI ratio, the amount of interest rate that you have to pay in the life of the loan, as well as the insurance. So this really is increasing the cost of Latino home ownership, even if they access home ownership. And we do find that the reason for the lower down payment is related to the high rent burden. So they have relatively higher rent burden than other types of households. So they struggle to save for down payment. The other fact that they have lower median wealth, and they do have a less probability of receiving inheritance from their family members. So with that, I will move on to the solution section. So again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. Today, we covered 3 barriers that the Latino home buyers face in accessing mortgages. One is DTI ratio, second is credit history, and third is down payment. So for DTI ratio, what are the solutions? So we have solutions to sort of increase the income part of the Latino households, to facilitate more of Latino households to apply for mortgages with co-applicants. So this could be related to things like with advanced technology, facilitate looking at the non-traditional incomes, like incomes from gig economy, incorporate them in the mortgage underwriting, and also make it easier to apply with a co-borrower by putting a greater wealth weight on the high credit score among the co-applicants, and also allow including I-team borrowers as a co-borrower. As for credit history, there have been some changes in the recent couple of years of trying to incorporate rental payment or alternative data into mortgage underwriting. We think that is a very important step moving forward to help more Latinos have a credit scores and also access homeownership with better credit scores. And in that space, we also need to educate consumers so they do know about the benefits of positive rental payment, reporting positive rental payment. And finally, as for down payment, we did highlight in the paper that it's very important to provide more targeted down payment assistance to young adults who don't have a home owning parents who can support them financially. So first generation down payment program was one of the things that we have mentioned in the paper. And down payment program, I think there would be some people here who are kind of like managing the DPA programs and knowing that it's extremely complicated. And right now in this market, you have to layer multiple down payment. So it's very challenging to process. So streamlining down payment program, and also there is still lack of awareness that available funding among the potential home buyers to access homeownership with a down payment. So increasing awareness. So I will stop there. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much for inviting me to speak today, and thank you again to UNIDOS and to the Urban Institute for sponsoring this research. I should also thank the Center for Hispanic Housing Studies at Texas A&M for co-sponsoring some of the data that you're going to see today. When Ivis and I and our colleagues put together the center a few years ago, we were thinking about many of the questions that so many people have tackled today in the paper, so it's really exciting to see so many people working on these important issues. And we were, I guess speaking for Ivis, I guess, and certainly for myself, we really look forward to interacting with you guys in the future on so many of these topics. So a lot of the papers that you've seen today look at what happens when individuals or communities, which comprise a lot of those individuals, have difficulty accessing mortgage credit, among other things. And when we think about the outcomes that communities experience when that happens, there's a lot of research, a lot of very good research, including some of the ones we've seen today, that looks at sort of what happens, I'll say, on the quantity side. For instance, lower home ownership rates, potentially lower housing supply, and things like that. What I'm going to discuss a little bit today is on the sort of the flip side of things, on the price side. And what I'll show you is that it leads to lower home values in those affected areas. If you want, you can think of that as making them somehow more affordable in a kind of quixotic way. And what that's going to actually mean is that there's somewhat higher returns to owning homes in those communities that where there's a lot of affected individuals who have difficulty accessing mortgage credit. And so it can be even a more powerful tool towards building, let's say, wealth over time, should you be able to own in those communities. So as a building block to getting there, I just kind of want to remind everyone that when we think about what is the return to owning a home, well, if we think about, or if we think about building wealth, we should think about investing, right? That's sort of the way we build wealth. And if we think about investing in anything, a home, a bond, Apple stock, if you will, we should think about the total return to doing that. And the total return includes a capital gain, what happens when the investment you make goes up in price or not, but also the yield, this idea that, if you own Apple stock, you might get a dividend. If you own a bond, you get some interest payment, which we call it, you can think of as a yield. A house has the same kind of thing. It gives you, if you own it, a dividend or yield. If you're a landlord, it's a rent payment that you might collect from a tenant. If you're an owner-occupier, it's the foregone rent minus maintenance costs and everything else that you have to pay that you get from living in that house. And that's going to turn out to be a very important component for wealth building. In some sense, when you buy a house, what you're doing is you're alleviating from yourself the future burdens of paying rents. Of course, you have to pay other things like property taxes and things like that, but in some sense, you're alleviating yourself this future burden of paying these rents in the future. And that can be quite valuable, particularly in areas where rents are high relative to prices. And that's what I'm going to show you exists in these communities where large portions of the households are potentially have trouble accessing credit. Okay, so what am I going to do is, in order to do that, I'm going to assemble a pretty large data set built around transactions data from multiple listing services. And that's going to give me access to data not only on house values, but also on house rents at very granular levels. So I should say that this project took quite a while, so unfortunately what you're seeing here in the slides today is probably the least attractive, least visually entertaining set of slides you'll see all of today. That's because most of these results I just were able to attain fairly recently. But it's a really rich data set. It's something I hope we can use together perhaps as a community going forward for many other related questions. So anyway, I merged this MLS data with data from the census that we're probably more familiar with and a bunch of other more widely publicly available data sets. And I use that to then, what we call in economics, we hedonically estimate both rents and prices across a variety of neighborhoods. And that enables us to control for some observable characteristics and really focus in on stuff that we think is important. And then, I can use those estimates to sort of understand how rents and prices vary across these neighborhoods, and then use those rent and price estimates, in addition to some other data, to estimate what the return to a house is. Because unlike when you own a bond or if you own Apple stock, where you can basically perfectly observe the return in your portfolio at any point in time, both the people living in the house and also the econometricians trying to understand housing returns, we don't observe these components very easily. We have to infer them based on the data we have, which is kind of tricky. So again, in order to answer this question, and I think a lot of questions in housing, even if you're interested in homeownership, you should be interested in rent data. Having good rent data is kind of key for being able to answer these questions in a kind of complete way. Rents tell us something about the present benefits of living in a house. And it's sort of impossible to fully measure yields and returns, the benefit, that dividend to living in a house without rent data, unless you go ahead and ask owner-occupiers specifically how much do you enjoy living in the house, how much would you be willing to pay, which is done, but it's kind of hard to do in a kind of granular, complete way. It also, I would say, it's almost a truer estimate of affordability at some kind of level. And rent data is really where the barrier, I'm evangelizing for a second here, it's really a barrier in housing research because we're getting better and better data on house prices, in part because anytime someone buys or sells a house, it's usually publicly recorded, and now that people are hoovering up that data and making that available more and more to researchers. But rent data, very often, that transaction is not necessarily at arm's length, not necessarily recorded anywhere, and we don't have very good data on rents. And yet, so really, the frontier with the kinds of questions we can answer in a kind of satisfactory way is really held back by the quality of the rent data we have. So this is, I'm just sort of hoping, as we push forward as researchers, when we have the opportunity to build better rent data for the community, for the research community, that we do that, because I think it's hugely important. So quickly, what I find. This is, just looking at how yields, which if you want, a yield is basically your rent to price ratio less property taxes and the cost of owning the home, as best as we can estimate those things. So where are those rent to price ratios less costs? I'll just say rent to price ratio from now on for easy. Where are they high? So they're going to be highest in in neighborhoods where the residents tend to have lower average credit scores relative to their peers in other parts of the same kind of CBSAs. I'm always looking at within CBSAs here. So there's a bunch of CBSAs, but think about like one neighborhood versus another neighborhood in a greater metropolitan area. Likewise, they're high in parts of CBSAs where there's a higher share of minorities, either share Black or share Hispanic, as the census would define it, there. Or where there's a lot of low-income residents. So all of those are the communities that have high rent-to-price ratios, high yields from owning a house, yeah? So if you run these things together, you say, well, which one is more important? Are they all important individually? Is one thing really the joint source of all the other things? You can do a kind of horse race, and what you see is, credit score in my data at my granular level is the strongest, most important statistic. So that, that doesn't mean, as we'll see in a second, that these other factors don't matter independently by themselves. It just says that credit score, among other things, is a screaming barrier to potentially accessing, is having the biggest impact at the neighborhood level on prices relative to rents. So we can do this up sort of geographically. Here's my attempt to make a beautiful picture. So this is like Jacksonville, for instance. It's a bin scatter plot of all the various zip codes in the Jacksonville CBSA that that have enough good data for me to run the analysis on. And what you see in the blue circle is those are the zip codes in Jacksonville that have neighborhood average credit scores that are relatively low. Yeah, and what you see on the y-axis, that's sort of the rent-to-price ratio in logs. And what you see in the red circle are their high credit score neighborhood counterparts. So those are the zip codes in Jacksonville that have relatively good credit scores. And what you can see is there's a huge variation in credit score. And this is not driven by a few outliers or just a few bad neighborhoods, that there's a really kind of steady marching line effect here where the better the neighborhood you live in terms of credit score, the higher prices are relative to its area rents in that neighborhood. And this is not peculiar to Jacksonville. Across all the CBSAs that are in my study, many of them are from Florida and California just because that's where the MLS boards collect better data, or Texas, for instance, they tend to have better data in their MLS. You see the same downward trajectory. Yeah, and if I put on the x-axis instead of credit score, if I put share of Hispanic, you would see very similar lines, maybe slightly less steep, but similar lines. Yeah. So if we want to sort of take a crack at looking at things within that, so if we compare, let's say, neighborhoods that have the same kind of low credit score, but now have different compositions of residents. So this would be, so the red one is looking at a neighborhood with low credit score and a low share of Black residents versus a neighborhood with low credit score and a high share of Black residents. You can see, so what those numbers are, essentially you can think of as, those are the average returns, in fact. So that's the average return you would earn in a year. Difference, just difference it out. Don't look at the raw level numbers. The levels don't matter. What matters is the difference. It's about 80 basis point difference in returns in my sample for neighborhoods that have both a high share of Black residents and a low credit score relative to just having a low credit score and relatively white neighborhoods. So, indeed, there's signs that being, minority communities over and above credit scores are having an effect on prices. Interestingly, when we look at the same kind of result for Hispanic neighborhoods, it shows up more, the wedge between low Hispanic share neighborhoods and high Hispanic share neighborhoods, that wedge is bigger in the high credit neighborhoods. And I don't have an explanation for you here. I can't rule out any of the various ones that we might be occurring to you in your head, but that's just where things are ticking louder. I think it coincides with some of the results we saw in other studies that was showing, that there are differences in the way access to credit affects different kinds of minority communities. So one thing to think about is this effect on prices has varied over time. And I think it's instructive to think about what's happened in the United States in the last 15 to 20 years. So this is a graph of the share of mortgages originated in any given year, in this case in Jacksonville, to households with less than a 680 credit score. And you can see that before 2009, that share was around 25, 30, 35% in any given year, yeah? And that since the great financial crisis, that share has stayed around 10, 15%. That's in Jacksonville, but you might think, oh, there's something funny about Florida or Jacksonville. No, that's the case all over the country. This is a nationwide reluctance to lend to households with low credit, yeah? And that's had an effect on neighborhoods. So this is the cumulative return over time if you bought a house in any particular moment in time. In this case, it's Tampa Bay, because I had a long sample going back far enough. And I'm just comparing, in this case, zip codes with a high share of Hispanic households versus a zip code with a low share of Hispanic households within that same city. And what you can see is the gap between those two, if you owned a home in one of those neighborhoods versus another, you were earning about the same return up until about the end of the the part of the financial crisis where we started instituting some serious, quote unquote, reforms in the mortgage market. And that's then where, these things start to splitting, where the community, these high Hispanic share neighborhoods, prices don't rise as fast in those neighborhoods, creating a sort of a higher dividend. Yeah, that if you bought a home at any point in time, you were able to buy, it was more affordable for you to enter that neighborhood because prices were suppressed. And that, that means, again, if you could own a home in those neighborhoods, you were earning a higher return. Of course, it doesn't make it necessarily easier for you to actually do that, but that's what's happening. So again, why this matters, what's the larger picture on these things? So in some sense, we're thinking that this means, to some extent, local households are pricing losing housing stock. Whatever barriers they face, at least that contributes to prices. If they have trouble entering the mortgage market, well, there's a kind of silver lining to that gray cloud, which is at least prices are not skyrocketing as much as they are elsewhere in those neighborhoods, for better or for worse. It also, but that silver lining in turn has a little gray lining within it, which is that these neighborhoods where folks are credit constrained are also more exposed to shocks at the sort of the macro level that are affecting credit constraints. If you have a zip code where everyone is buying with all cash, guess what they don't care about? They don't care about regulations in the mortgage market and things like that. That's not affecting their communities. Communities where there's a lot of folks who have marginal credit, well, if we make policies that regulate how folks with marginal credit, how much mortgage credit they can get, that's affecting prices in their neighborhoods a lot. And that's making prices more volatile. If we start wiggling around on policies, we're shaking around prices in those areas, yeah? We're exposing those households to more risk, which generally we think is not that good a thing. It also means, just from a kind of econometric kind of way, we frequently use house values to understand the value of changes in a community. How much is education valued in a particular community? How much do we value air quality? Or what is climate change? How important is climate change? We often use house prices as a meter for that because it's one of the only ways we have, because rent data is not very good at measuring people's desire to live in that community. So what these results are saying is that actually prices are going to be somewhat a poor measure of that kind of thing because there's this differential capitalization of these amenities into prices. And finally, and this is something I think we'll talk about a little bit more later in the Q&A, the credit channel, when private equity and these other investors are coming into these markets in different kinds of ways, they're looking for markets where they get these high yields. And so, we should understand that the reason why they're picking these markets has something to do with this credit channel, with this limited access to credit in these markets. Okay, with that, I'll throw it over to Patricia for closing one. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patricia, and I'll be presenting my research, Hispanic Homeownership, a Life Cycle Perspective. Before beginning, I want to say first thank you to Unidos for the grant that allowed us to produce this research, and Urban Institute for your continued support throughout the work in progress, and of course for coordinating this event. This research takes a life cycle view of homeownership among Hispanic households. While the homeownership rate among Hispanic households is increasing, we posit that Hispanic homeowners face unique challenges that hinder the growth of home equity and ultimately the intergenerational transfer of wealth. These challenges include those related to mortgage terms and housing repair needs, but go beyond to challenges like earlier disability and greater healthcare needs than white homeowners, all of which may diminish the capacity to build and share wealth. Our work is motivated by the reality that Hispanic households are less likely to receive wealth through inheritance of gifts that can help with a home purchase and are also less likely to inherit their homes. As researchers of housing and aging, my team and I were curious about how the experience of Hispanic homeownership throughout the life cycle might contribute to intergenerational transfers and the continuation of homeownership among the next generation. Our research is framed by the concept of cumulative disadvantage, a framework for understanding how disparities grow over the life course. Cumulative disadvantage is well cited in literature on aging and shows how disparities in education, employment, access to healthcare, quality housing, and other determinants of health reinforce and widen health disparities over time. It has also been used to explain how wealth disparities by race and ethnicity persist over time. The framework is really a way of looking at how events and access to resources in someone's life don't have discrete effects, but rather reinforcing and long-term effects. Our concept of cumulative disadvantage in housing wealth looks like this. We suggest that constraints on home appreciation, vulnerability to financial shocks, functional and health declines, and greater long-term care needs reinforce each other to put Hispanic households on a course to lower home equity by later life compared to non-Hispanic white owners. I'll go through each of these steps in the circle in turn. This research uses mixed methods. We combine a narrative review of literature with our own analysis of the American Community Survey, the American Housing Survey, and the Survey of Consumer Finances. To look at homeownership across the life course and how early and midlife experience might affect older Hispanic adults' capacities to share intergenerational wealth and potentially help younger relatives attain homeownership. Before I move on to our findings, there are a few notes on terminology and assumptions I would like to make. First, Hispanic refers to individuals from Spanish-speaking countries, while Latino includes all people from Latin America regardless of language. This research will use Hispanic as that is the terminology used in the data from which we draw. Latino will only be used when directly cited from the literature. This can mean that in some cases, our data and some of the literature may be describing slightly different groups. As we note throughout, Hispanic individuals may be of any race, as we generally make comparisons to non-Hispanic people of different races. Non-Hispanic white households are the primary comparison group for this research, and we recognize that many of the challenges we outline are experienced by other groups, including Black renters and owners. And so we include all races and ethnicities in many of our comparisons for context, even though our focus is on Hispanic households. And lastly, we utilize the race ethnicity of the householder, meaning the head of the household, in this work, which may potentially overlook households in which other members are of different races or ethnicities. Let's begin with constraints on home buying that can affect Hispanic households' chances of becoming a homeowner and the loan terms that they are able to secure. As we've discussed today, there are wide disparities in homeownership rates by race and ethnicity. The Hispanic white homeownership gap is greatest amongst those aged 35 to 44, where it stood at 22 percentage points in 2022. It narrows to 17 percentage points by age 65, where there is still a significant gap. We begin with a look at renters, our pool of potential homeowners, and see that Hispanic renters in the orange bars consistently have less income than non-Hispanic white renters, purple bars, across early and early middle adulthood. Hispanic households also have less wealth at younger ages with which to pull together a down payment. Hispanic households disproportionately live in high-cost markets where high rents make saving for a down payment difficult and the purchasing prices are high. Lower income and wealth can make it difficult to afford home purchase, and in median, Hispanic households purchase their first home years later than white households. At the time of purchase, new Hispanic homeowners have higher median income than white first-time buyers. Despite this, they receive slightly higher interest rates. Many factors might contribute to these higher rates, including missing or non-traditional credit, which impacts the calculus of creditworthiness. Access to favorable interest rates may also be limited by English proficiency. The growth of housing wealth may then be constrained by housing quality issues, needs for repair, and a lack of sufficient income or savings to invest in the home. Home values are similar between Hispanic and white first-time home buyers, but Hispanic homeowners tend to face higher rates of housing quality issues and presumably repair needs. On median, they invest less in home improvements and pay a similar amount as white homeowners for repair, despite having smaller homes. They also have a higher median utility cost. And yet Hispanic owners also have far less cash on hand to cover repair needs and other emergencies. This may relate to lower incomes and fewer opportunities to save, given household cost for often larger families. Hispanic households often experience disproportionate job and housing loss during economic shocks, which I turn to next. The literature shows a greater financial volatility for Hispanic households, with more fluctuation in earnings, higher unemployment, and more quickly rising unemployment during economic downturns. For homeowners in particular, this can translate into a greater risk of foreclosure, as was the experience during the Great Recession and financial distress from lost employment. Some vulnerability to economic downturn is related to the high number of Hispanic homeowners living on the economic margins, even during periods of economic stability. This data shows that over 1/3 of Hispanic households are housing cost burden, paying more than 30% of their income for housing cost. Further limiting options to respond to an economic downturn, Hispanic homeowners have less wealth available to meet unexpected costs. I noted in the previous section that Hispanic households have less cash on hand. Here we see that they also have much less non-housing wealth in general compared to white owners. Health disparities across the life cycle also contribute to Hispanic homeowners' ability to grow and maintain their housing wealth. Hispanic households are more likely to report that a resident has a difficulty that could require long-term care assistance, such as challenges with self-care, independent living, and cognition. In addition, 1/4 of Hispanic households report a member with a mobility difficulty that could imply a need for care services as well as accessible housing. Further, these difficulties arise at younger ages for Hispanic households than white households, suggesting that they might disrupt employment during peak earning years. The person might also need in-home assistance earlier and for more years in total, as well as home modifications to improve accessibility. The literature confirms that Hispanic households are more likely to rate their health as fair or poor compared to white households, have earlier onset of disease, and also to experience a faster rate of worsening health in older age. As the previous slides showed, the likelihood of having functional difficulties and needing help increases with age. Indeed, it is estimated that about 7 in 10 people aged 65 or older will need long-term care services at some point, such as help with activities like bathing or dressing. These services are extremely expensive. The median national cost of a daily home healthcare visit was $41,000 per year in 2021. That's on top of housing and living cost. And nursing home care is even more expensive at $117,000. As a result, many households in the US rely on unpaid care. Hispanic households are particularly likely to receive care from family. This can take a toll on caregivers, and research shows that Hispanic caregivers spend 47% of their average annual household income on caregiving expenses, including housing costs for the care recipient, compared to 26% of all caregivers. They are also more likely to work part-time. This all has an effect on their ability to earn and save and achieve homeownership. The other outcome is that people forgo needed care, and Hispanic individuals with functional difficulties are 1.5 times more likely to be without care support and report adverse effects from lack of care compared to white individuals. Lastly, we turn to assets and circumstances available in late life. By older age, homeowners of different races and ethnicities have vastly different resources that they can potentially share with another generation. First, it's important to know that older owners tend to be more financially secure than older renters. On the whole, older homeowners have 50 times the net wealth of older renters at nearly $500,000 compared to just over $10,000. However, among homeowners, there are wide differences in wealth for many reasons I've discussed. Older Hispanic households reported less than half of the median net wealth of older white households. In addition, more of their total wealth is tied up in their homes than any other group, and indeed, older Hispanic households had the lowest non-housing wealth overall. One reason that many Hispanic owners have less equity despite similar property values to white owners, at least on the median, is that a higher share hold mortgages in older age. Nearly 40% of older Hispanic homeowners have a mortgage compared to about 1/3 of white owners. And the balances on those mortgages are higher, suggesting that they will take more time to pay off. In 2022, the median balance was at about 130,000 compared to white owners, 90,000. This makes the loan-to-value ratios the highest of any racial and ethnic group. One question we need to ask is whether Hispanic owners are using more of their equity during their lifetime, extracting it through property sale or financial tools like reverse mortgages, cash-out refinancing, and other mechanisms. The literature suggests that Hispanic households have a higher rejection rate for mortgage tools that allow someone to extract equity without selling, and that there is unmet demand to use equity. Finally, we began by talking about the fact that Hispanic households are less likely to inherit wealth that can help put them on a path to homeownership. Now we look at this from the perspective of older age. Research confirms that a smaller share of Hispanic households have wills, which can be a particular problem when the largest assets in the estate is a home. The division of the assets among spouses and children may mean that some family members, including residents of the home like grandchildren or other close to the homeowner, could be disadvantaged in the division of the estate. It may also mean that the home must be sold in order to disperse the assets, potentially forcing some family members to move. Before I conclude, I'll turn briefly to differences among Hispanic homeowners. First, homeownership rates are higher in households with more English fluency. Similarly, Hispanics who immigrated to the US are increasingly likely to own their home the longer they've been in the US. Another difference worthy of deeper exploration is the experience of homeownership by geography. I noted earlier that home values of Hispanic owners are just slightly less than those of white households on the whole. But when broken down by geography, differences do emerge outside of metro areas. Lastly, ownership experiences differ by specific country of origin. Previous work has found that the cumulative impact of socioeconomic characteristics like education, income, household composition, and citizenship lead to different homeownership experiences. While explaining these in detail is beyond the scope of this project, further research could yield more nuanced insights. While we have discussed many risks to the intergenerational transfer of housing equity, there are numerous opportunities to help Hispanic homeowners build, preserve, and bequeath housing wealth. Policies to address risks would subsidize home repair and accessibility modifications, ensure high-quality healthcare and affordable help in the home, offer flexible loans to help weather shocks such as a job loss, disability, or a health problem, and importantly, would emphasize financial planning and wills to pass housing equity to the next generation. Thank you.
Okay, we're all here. This on? Yes. Well, hello again. Thank you for sticking around until the very end, and thank you very much to each of our presenters. Really fascinating research, so thank you. And I think we'll be repeating Olivia's point earlier of, lots of this research definitely points us to the need for more research in some of these spaces. So collectively, the research that you each presented, in my mind, represents that life cycle of homeownership. So from kind of that first-time home buyer accessing credit to then passing on, any home equity to the next generation, and kind of what happens next in that process. So I want to start at the beginning of that homeownership journey with a question for you, Jung. Your research found the top 3 denial reasons for Latino mortgage applicants, which we know are debt to income, or DTI, credit history, and down payment. Now, debt to income, or DTI, is by far the number 1 denial reason. And for those of you who are familiar with how to calculate DTI, a lot of factors go into it, but the home price, interest rates, those are really key drivers. And so I wonder if you could share a little bit about, just the current market and what we're seeing around home prices and interest rates, or whatever else you think are sort of how that's affecting the market today for home buyers in terms of accessing credit.
Yeah, thank
thanks for the question. During the past 2-3 years, we did see that the mortgage denial rate for Latino households go up about 2 percentage points. And also during this period, from 2021 to 2023, the mortgage application rate also dropped significantly. So as interest rate went up amidst the high home prices, more and more Latino households are giving up home ownership. So we saw that number decline by about 26%. But then among those who tried to apply for a mortgage, we do see that DTI has always been the #1 reason for Latino families in accessing homeownership, but that reason became more and more significant. For example, in 2021, about less than 40% were denied because of high DTI ratio. That number increased over to 47%. So DTI has become more and more dominant factor of preventing Latino households from accessing homeownership. And also, I would like to mention that among those who have been successful in obtaining home ownership, they are more likely to have high share of debt-to-income ratio. So in 2021, about 33% of Latino borrowers who bought the home had a DTI ratio of 45% or above. That number, that 33% now, is around 45%. So this is suggesting that with the rise in interest rate amidst high home prices, it's keeping a lot of Latinos from applying for mortgages and also increasing their likelihood of getting denied. But those who are successful in accessing homeownership is also raising the cost of ownership.
Great, thank you. And I also wanted to remind folks that we are accepting questions for after we have this conversation. And so for those of you here in person, there's a QR code at your table, and those online can submit a question through the Q&A feature, and we'll get to those shortly. So Jonathan, I want to turn to you next. I think it was really novel, at least from the research that I've looked at in this space around access to credit. You looked at more that neighborhood or community perspective in terms of the impact on home values and yields and the return. And I was thinking about something which then you touched on at the very end, which I would love for you to expand on. And do you see any connection between your findings in terms of neighborhoods that have higher barriers to accessing credit, the relationship to the yields or prices, and what we're seeing this trend in certain communities around the rise of institutional investors coming in to purchase properties to be used as investments to convert them to rental, and what, if any, link did you find in your research?
So I haven't looked specifically at that question in the sense that I haven't yet gone into and identified investors entering these communities, although I know that can be done with the data that are provided. I have some educated guesses, because what we do see in the data is that there have been sort of significant capital gains in these low credit communities in the last 5, 7, 8 years, depending on the community. So whereby prices have gone up more in those low credit areas relative to the high credit areas. And since we haven't seen much of a relaxation of access to credit on the household side, it's a guess based on also the business models that I know that the investors have, which is to look for, target, if you will, these high rent to price areas. Sensibly, that's sort of where they're getting the highest return. That they're entering and they are having price impacts in these communities. I mean, not telling you something that you don't probably already have a pretty sound educated guess on as well. So I really do think that there is this connection between these two, and this is explaining why that they're going into these communities, precisely because prices are suppressed, because the residents that live there are unable to access credit at the same rates as other areas. So I think that's something that we should be looking into as sort of a logical next step.
Yeah, and I think your research is a really important contribution to that conversation, because I know that for what we looked at, when you look at the numbers nationally, it tells one story, but when you get down to the neighborhood level or certain communities, certainly in parts of the Sun Belt, it's a different story, like that we hear anecdotally. So I think your research points us to a way to kind of assess what that impact is, so very much appreciate that. Patricia, I'd love to turn to you next. Again, I appreciate, when we think about access to credit, we focus a lot about, getting the keys, like getting someone into homeownership. But you looked at a different population. You looked at a community that has already achieved, has that homeownership. And, you know, again, for a lot of folks, and, you know, we've done polling of Latino, the Latino community for over many years around questions around, you know, the importance of attaining homeownership, what those reasons are, and consistently find that Latinos have a really strong desire for homeownership, no matter where we are in the economic cycle. And, you know, often one of the primary drivers for that desire is this whole issue, this whole point of, you know, legacy of building generational wealth, having something for the family and being able to leave something behind. And so I really appreciate that you looked at those folks who already have achieved homeownership and what barriers or opportunities in terms of that next generation. So I'd love for you to maybe tell a little bit, like, you know, tell us something about the population you looked at, you know, kind of what made you look at that end of it, because I do think it's different from a lot of the other research we see. And if there's anything just that was a surprising or interesting finding that you would want to share.
Yeah, so the population we studied consisted of older Hispanic homeowners, particularly focused on those aged 65 and over. And we really wanted to look at that particular demographic because it would provide insight into the long-term outcomes of homeownership. So the study was able to examine their ability to maintain housing equity, manage housing debt, and ultimately pass that on to the next generation. I think one of the most interesting findings was that persistent housing debt by older Hispanic homeowners, particularly those of age 65 and above, that carry that debt well into later life. And I would say that that finding underscores, you know, that achieving homeownership is only part of the story. The ability to build and retain that equity over time is something that's often taken for granted in that homeownership narrative, is deeply affected by those systemic inequalities.
Yeah. Great, thank you. So Jung, I'd like to come back to you and maybe talk a little bit about what you noted as the second most common reason, mortgage denial reason for Latino mortgage applicants, which is credit history. And you noted, I think, you know, toward the end, your recommendations around positive rent reporting. And that's something that is relatively new, you know, in sort of mortgage underwriting that is showing a lot of promise. And so I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about what some of the recent developments have been around positive rent reporting, what the impacts have been, particularly for Latino mortgage applicants and credit scores, and just what some of the implications you think might be in that area.
Yeah, thanks for the question. As I showed in the presentation slides, Latino households are less likely to have credit scores and more likely to have lower credit scores. So including rental payment into credit scoring models, we find that it has a significantly positive impact on those without a score and those with low scores. And from like 2022 and 2023, both Freddie and Fannie have started a pilot program to encourage multifamily owners to provide free services to the tenants to report positive rent on time. So if you're not reporting a positive rent, you are actually dropped from the reporting, so you don't get a ding for it. But we do see a lot of evidence that this positive rental payment do disproportionately benefit those with no scores and low scores, which are this disproportionately higher share of them are Hispanic and Black individuals. So we do see that this has a potential to close some of the barriers that some of the households have been historically facing accessing homeownership. There's another way of using this data directly in mortgage underwriting. So one way is to include this data in the credit scoring model and like improve the credit scores. The second way is to directly access bank account data and then evaluate them. And then the GSEs have also piloted this program and they have limited data, but then the initial evidence does suggest that they do disproportionately benefit Hispanic households from accessing homeownership. FHA has a similar type of program. So we do see a pretty big potential for this data to help some of the Latino households from accessing homeownership. One of the things, however, I don't want to kind of promote like a rosy picture because we do find that those with lower credit scores or no credit scores are more likely to miss rental payment. So it's not just like, okay, if we just report all the positive rental payment, it's like it's going to boost up their Latino credit scores and it's going to solve all the problems. We do also have to make sure we support them to enhance housing stability.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think, you know, just throughout the day, you've heard a lot of challenges, but also solutions. And then the day, there's not just one thing, of course. But I think for, you know, many of us, you know, someone who has a history of paying their rent on time, that just feels very intuitive that they're going, you know, assuming their mortgage payment is a similar amount, that they will also, you know, be consistent in paying their mortgage in terms of assessing credit risk. And for me, this really points to something that we talk a lot about at Unidos when in doing this work, is thinking about, you know, our mortgage market today and what do we need to modernize? You know, it's, you know, rightly so, mortgage underwriting is, you know, very conservative, and there hasn't been a lot of changes in the last 30 plus years. But you think about how people live their economic lives today, like we heard earlier about the higher prevalence of, you know, gig work and having multiple jobs and multi-generational households. And, you know, finding ways that we can use technology and data, and I think positive rent reporting is a really great example of that. And I want to give a shout out too to the fintech Isuzu that's been doing a lot of this work also, and allowing even individuals to be able to track and report the rent that they're making, even if they don't live in a building where the landlord offers that. So I'm excited about this, but certainly it's not the one solution for everything, but I think it's a really important step. Jonathan, I want to come back to you. I think multiple people today made the comment that the Latino community is not a monolith. There's a lot of diversity within our community, you know, particularly, you know, socioeconomically. And curious, I know some of the data you had access to more recently, but is there anything, you know, what you found, you shared kind of more the broad strokes, and you shared a couple of case studies, but any outliers or any maybe communities that you would point to, or specific types of communities that were interesting or different?
Yeah, I mean, so the way I do work, it's kind of hard to find outliers and say, okay, well, that's an interesting, there's an interesting story there. Sometimes there might be, and sometimes it just might be like data noise, and so you always want to be careful. And I think one of the challenges, particularly in doing housing study, is the number of dimensions that are potentially interesting and important are so huge that you need so much data just to be able to sort of look at them individually, right? So I mean, just on the housing side, you know, like for a household, you know, their age, their wealth, their a lot of their, you know, history, their background, you know, all these details are extremely important. And then if you on the house side, you have tremendous variation in the housing stock. So you're matching some very, very heterogeneous people with very heterogeneous choices. And somehow you're trying to come up with which ones are the more important ones, and then tell good, you know, understand truly important how each factor is really important, and for that you need tremendous data. And unfortunately, even with the data I have, which was like terabytes and terabytes of data, that it's not good enough, particularly at the rental level, which is going back again to my evangelism, particularly at the rental level, to understand experiences at too fine a level, to look at too many different characteristics. So unfortunately, at this point, I think that's the barrier that we face, is that if we really want to understand how each of these little pieces and experiences is important, the case studies are hugely helpful for that, because we at least can focus in one kind of way. But then if we want to pursue a different approach, like a more econometric approach, we need a lot better data. And
Yeah.
we move to Sweden, where they have complete histories of everyone.
Oh, interesting. We'll have to
Yes.
look at, well, I recommend that we all do like a site visit or something.
Yeah, if only more Latinos lived in Sweden. Yes.
Right. Well, one thing that you're reminding me of that was noted at the start of today's event, you know, one of the early steps that we took to get us to today was publishing with the Urban Institute a research agenda back in the summer of 2023, where we posed some of, like, what were our questions? Like, what did we know? What did we want to know? And one thing we're going to do after today, because there's been so many interesting findings today, and a lot of it points us to like what's next, what more is needed. One thing, just so you all know, that we have in our plans to do later this year is to, you know, once we've assessed kind of all the research that gets submitted here, is to do a revision to that research agenda. Like, now that we've answered all these questions today, what questions remain, or what are the new questions that we haven't thought about? So I think, you know, maybe some partnerships around what data are needed would be a really great step, you know, to do alongside that. So Patricia, going back to you, we at Unidos, we have a network of housing counseling agencies that work every day with both, prospective home buyers, but also current homeowners, sometimes when they face financial difficulty. And we have seen, just kind of more anecdotally from our network, requests for things like assistance for home repair, even like, estate planning. And you mentioned a little bit about that, and just curious kind of how those types of factors kind of affect, home equity and that kind of longer term legacy for a family.
Yeah, definitely. Home repair is, it plays a crucial role in maintaining and increasing a home's value. If property values could stagnate if they're not maintained or repaired. So that's crucial. And as we saw in the presentation, we know that Hispanic families are less likely to have wills or a formalized inheritance. So that can lead to fragmented ownership or legal complications when transferring that property. So ensuring that Hispanic homeowners have those resources and access to repairs and estate planning is important for ensuring that intergenerational transfer, but also we saw that home equity represents a significant portion of the total wealth of Hispanic households. So making the preservation of home ownership essential for financial security in later life.
Yeah, thank you. So, Joan, I want to come back to you. So for me, when I first read your paper, one of the most interesting findings I found was sort of this thing that seems counterintuitive. So on the one hand, we've heard from a couple of the researchers today that Latinos are more likely than other racial and ethnic groups to live in multi-generational households. However, you found in your research that Latinos are also the least likely group to have a co-borrower as an applicant when applying for a mortgage, which for many households, it's an important way that you can qualify with a higher, if you have a co-applicant, you can count their income to qualify for a mortgage, and knowing particularly that Latinos are, concentrated in high-cost areas. So for me, that was a counterintuitive finding, and we've talked a little bit about this, and I think this is one of those places that I would love to do additional, maybe some qualitative research on. But I'd love to hear, just what are some of your thoughts or kind of educated guesses or suspicions that might be driving that seems to be kind of counterintuitive finding?
Yeah. Oh, thanks for the question. I think that was also one of my favorite graphs for a researcher. It's very thought-provoking that the fact that Latino households have more than one income earner in the house, but then when they apply for mortgages, they are less likely to have a co-applicant than the white borrowers. And we have 3 hypotheses, and that's why one of the suggestions that we made is look at the credit scoring model. So for example, if Laura and I apply for mortgages, lenders would kind of take the credit scores from the 3 credit bureaus, get the median, and then use the lowest of the 2 median credit scores to do mortgage underwriting. So as I explained before, sometimes they use averages, but then lowest is more commonly used in the current market. So that means if one of the person have lower credit scores or thin files, it's very difficult to jointly apply for a mortgage because they are being pinged for the low credit scores. So some of the solutions that we have suggested is weight the higher score more than the lower score, because that is actually predicting the likelihood of making on-time mortgage payment. The other thing that we have mentioned throughout today is more and more Latino workers are working in the gig sector. So even if they have the income, though we have improved some technology, it's still very difficult to kind of capture those non-traditional incomes in the mortgage underwriting. I think that's where the cash flow accessing bank account data also has some potential, along with looking at the historical rental payment on time. And the third, we did mention this, I think 1 or 2 presenters mentioned about ITIN holder. We did a research supported again by Unidos that shows that there's only about 5,000 to 6,000 ITIN mortgages that get approved annually. So it's very, very small share of the total Latino borrowers. So it's very difficult to, almost impossible to kind of access mortgages with an ITIN holder. So again, if we're living together and I'm ITIN holder, it's very difficult for Laura to have me on the file. because the GSEs and the FHA would not accept those mortgages. So those are a couple of barriers we think that is happening in place that are preventing Latino households from jointly applying despite having multiple earners in the house.
Thank you. Jonathan, your research finds that there's this correlation between the lower access to credit and lower home prices in Latino communities. Several presenters today talked about, these big challenges around housing supply. Is there a connect, like what, if any, connection is there with housing supply?
Yeah, so I mean, if low credit households are sort of capitalizing the benefits of living in a house at a lower rate, that is, their house prices are suppressed relative to the rents, relative to the advantages of living in the house at any given point in time, then home builders are going to know that if they build a house for that kind of community, in some sense, it's not fetching as high a price as if they were to build in an alternative community where the ability or willingness to pay for those same housing flow services over the life of the house is going to be that much higher because they have higher access to credit. So, of course, their incentive then is to provide housing for the types of households that have the highest ability to pay for those, for those services. And, that's potentially part of the reason why we see so little new housing built for those, for the communities that want to. I mean, of course, planning and other regulations play a big role, but part of the story could very well be that they're just that the financial incentives for home builders are not there. Mm-hmm. And so that's that's an important potential policy intervention that we might want to consider.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. And Patricia, we've now noted a couple of times about Latino household, Latinos more likely to live in a multi-generational household. And I thought it was really interesting that you looked at the intersections with, long-term care, like the very high cost of long-term care, the aging population, and kind of the relationship with, older homeowners. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about kind of your findings related to, elder care, long-term costs, and then on the other side, homeownership as a potential resource to support families.
Yeah. So Hispanic families are more likely to rely on homeownership not just as an asset, but as a functional resource, meaning they can reduce caregiving costs, they can provide housing stability for extended family members, and while they offer these economic advantages like sharing expenses and that informal caregiving, they can also create financial strain, particularly if multiple generations depend on a single home without sufficient income growth or equity building opportunities. And in cases where older homeowners carry mortgage debt into retirement, the cost of maintaining the home alongside the caregiving responsibilities can become a significant burden. So because home equity is often the primary source of wealth for Hispanic households, it is sometimes tapped into for immediate financial needs, including long-term care costs. And that could reduce the amount of wealth ultimately transferred to future generations. So ensuring that Hispanic homeowners have access to financial tools could help these families better navigate that dual role of homeownership as both a place of residence and a financial asset for intergenerational stability.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and that's certainly a big issue that I think increasingly families are having to face and make some of these decisions. So I appreciate you putting a spotlight on all of that. So I'm going to turn to my final question, and just a reminder to everyone, if you have questions, please submit them, and we'll get to them momentarily. And for this last question, I'll ask that, 1, 2, 3 sentences, something brief, but, I do want to acknowledge that we're in Washington, and there's a new administration, a new Congress has been sworn in, and there was a lot of discussion on the campaign trail around, the cost of living, pocketbook issues, and particularly, housing costs, and the feeling among a lot of Americans, especially younger Americans, that dream of homeownership isn't going to be there for them. And so I'd love for each of you, kind of based on the research that you've done, if there's one, policy recommendation that you would want to spotlight or uplift for policymakers to consider, in their work toward increasing homeownership opportunities, what would that be? And maybe I'll start with you, Jung, and we'll just kind of go down the line.
Yeah, that's a great question, and we have been grappling with that question for a long time. What we see in the data is that the wealth gap between the renters and the owners reached historic high in 2022, and that is related to Patrick's study of those who are able to access homeownership in this very tight credit market where the supply of home is limited and the price is rising. A lot of those homeowners are gaining significant wealth while renters are left behind. And one of the things that, we do have to have supply solutions, but then if we just leave it without demand side solutions, it's not going to automatically let those with less resources access homeownership. So I think one of the things that Laura, you already mentioned, that we are using very, very traditional models to underwrite borrowers, but there are some studies that actually suggest that those traditional credit characteristics don't predict default rate accurately, especially for Latino homeowners. So there are some discrepancy, and this could be related to some of the things I mentioned, that they're not capturing the other person's income in the mortgage underwriting. So I think overall, I think we do have to kind of review our current underwriting method and including rental payment data, ways to increase other people's income into mortgage underwriting could be one potential way, but then I think we do need a lot of more innovation in the space of mortgage underwriting.
I'll do two grenades. One, which is, I think, a more policy designed to help Latino homeownership researchers, but hopefully thereby helps Latino homeownership as well, which is, if you work with financial data, so data not collected necessarily by census or government resources, but you're working with credit bureau data or data collected by banks or something, actually very often it lacks information about race and ethnicity in that data, which makes it very hard to think about these issues and use that data. And I think they purposely don't collect that data, with the important exception of the HMDA data where they're required to, because they're worried about sort of the legal and regulatory a dragon breathing down their neck if they start asking questions in the wrong way. And so something that could be done to just fix that a little bit, to help us use this data in a more useful way would be nice. So that's a really narrow thing. And then a really large thing, I think, is to start rethinking. I think we have enough data now and enough time to start kicking the tires on the lessons we learned from the great financial crisis, and to see how many of them are still how much of our accepted wisdom that we built over years on that thing are still actually hold up in the data now that we take another look at them. And there's a lot of entrenched interest both in the academic community and wider about drawing particular conclusions, and I think it may not be serving us in the way that we want to. So I just want us to revisit those and see what really holds up.
Tough question. I would say my main advice would be that it's important to not silo homeownership and housing with health. I think they go hand in hand. I think housing and health are interconnected. And we know for a fact, that Hispanic households tend to have these difficulties earlier on in life. We know that they are usually the informal caregivers. So there's a lot of room, I think, for policymakers to tackle these issues, given all that we've presented today, with the recommendations and conclusions that we've given so far about financial planning or estate planning. So that would be my advice, to not silo housing and health.
That's great. Thank you. Very, very great recommendation from each of you, so thank you. So we do have several questions here from the audience. Thank you. And I will start with one for you, Jung, related to DTI, which we've noted is the #1 denial reason for Latino homebuyers. It's sort of two-part, but it's kind of related, so I'll try and combine them here. But the person who asked the question would like to know, are there any, upstream solutions to help prepare Latino home buyers for a different outcome, like I guess sort of earlier in the process of them seeking So are there any programs to help address this issue of debt to income, or any programs, or what recommendations you might have on that?
That's a great question. I think when we were starting to look into that research, that was the thing that we kind of wanted to give solutions to. The challenge, what we found from the data is majority of the Latino debt is coming from mortgage debt. So it's like, I guess one of the things that can programmatically help them is to provide greater down payment assistance. So we did do some research looking at first generation DPA programs that provide down payment assistance to home buyers who do not have a homeowning parents, because a lot of the financial help for younger adults to access first-time homeownership comes from their parents. So that could be one way to lower the DTI ratio. But then for other, it's kind of like we were thinking, oh, Latinos maybe should prepare for this, and this to lower the debt in other areas. And then we just saw, okay, majority of the debt is actually mortgage debt. So in order to reduce the debt, I think that to down payment assistance, and I think we mentioned again and again, trying to include many of the family members to jointly borrow to increase the income side of the equation, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, yeah, that's great. Jonathan, we have a question for you related to data. Could rental registries help address some of the data gaps that you discussed? Is this a policy priority that state or local advocates could be focused on to facilitate better, more precise research?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, I think if we collected rent data, I mean, for tax purposes, you have to report some rental income in theory, you know, if you're a landlord, but that all frequently gets merged together if you're a landlord that owns several properties, so making it, identifying at the property level kind of difficult. If we could spread that out a little bit and just say fill out a form for each one, that might go a long way, even just to, if researchers could get their hands on tax data, which is not trivial, but that kind of registry at any level would, I think, be a helpful thing for sure to do it. Yeah.
And Patricia, there's one here for you asking about any correlation between titling, I guess property titling regulations, and wealth building for Latino homeowners. And they have a follow-up question, if you know whether there's a higher likelihood that tangled title or heirs property issues, as some of you may know it as, within the Latino community, is it higher for Latinos than it is for other groups? I don't know if that's something that you've looked at.
That's a good question. Unfortunately, that's outside of the scope of this research. But we noted in our presentation that the literature does show that Hispanic households are less likely to have those wills, and therefore less likely to pass that through inheritance. So estate planning, again, is essential for this group.
Yes, and actually there's a follow-up here that's points out about estate planning tools. Have you looked at, like, in terms of estate planning, is there any like unique needs or barriers that the Latino community faces in accessing estate planning compared to maybe other groups?
I would say, again, that's outside of our scope, but I think majority of our literature shows that it could be because of numerous factors. I think we've mentioned a lot today that Latinos aren't a monolith, and so saying a one-size-fits-all, this is the main reason, would be untrue. So I think, if anything, it furthers the need for more research in that area.
Okay, great. I think there is one final question here, which is for you. I'm going to pose it to you, Jung, because you touched on it earlier around the rent reporting. And so they asked, does the rise of rent reporting companies or software, does that offer some promising mechanisms to build credit in Latino communities? And you touched on this earlier, but is there anything else that you'd like to add?
I think Laura mentioned Isuzu. We've been also working with Built. And what we found, it's like, if you are more interested in the topic, we have done an event last year for more details, and we have a blog that highlights the findings. But we actually do find that for high score borrowers, there's a slight decline in the credit scores. It's not happened all the time, but we do see there is disparity. So there are some companies that let you know that if you apply for positive rent, this is the amount of increase of credit scores that you will expect to get, so consumers have that information. I think some of the programs use the Because if you use the opt-in program, we noticed that because of lack of awareness, a lot of people think that their rent is actually being reported and is incorporated in the credit scores when it's not. So there are some educational gaps that we have to kind of address, but then if we provide opt-in program, we find that a lot of the cases people don't care, thinking that it's already incorporated. So Isuzu program's opt-out program. But then problem is that there could be some high credit score people who are in that program who experience slight decline in credit scores, but largely we don't think that's a huge problem because that wouldn't really impact their access to homeownership. And for those who are in the lower credit score, and these are the people who are going to benefit more from positive rent reporting.
Great. Well, definitely an example of how technology is doing some great advances. So please join me in thanking our panelists for your presentations and the conversation. Thank you. And I'm going to pass it now to Yannicka Radcliffe with the Urban Institute for some closing remarks. Oh, should we stay here?
You can stay. That's great. Okay, hi everybody. I'm Yannicka Radcliffe, Vice President for Housing and Communities at the Urban Institute, and I want you to know how important this is to me because I've saved my last bit of voice to be here and speak to you today. I really want to thank our Latino researchers, our incredible researchers, and our Latino Researcher Advisory Group for sharing their expertise. And thanks to UnidosUS for the opportunity to work together on the Home Initiative. And especially to work together on today's great event. Laura, who just left the room, she and I have been imagining this event for the last 2 years, and it's even better in reality than it was in our imagination. So it's a privilege to have the role of wrapping this up, wrapping up this terrific work. First, we started the day with Dr. Carrillo setting the stage perfectly. We heard that place-based strategies matter, and then we went straight to places, Chicago's Barrio Boricán, LA's Boyle Heights, and the Colonias. And we saw compelling examples of how locally tailored and sustained initiatives can build home ownership. And this is really important to me, I think, in the context of building and sustaining community, which also points to Dr. Carrillo's provocative data point on the correlation between concentration of Latino households and the rate of home ownership. The first session also reminded us how multifaceted the Latino community is. And then Lena and Mauricio showed us another aspect of place. Places exposed to hazards, especially those with weaker individual and community assets, compounding the risk of the initial hazard, and thus further making the case for place-focused strategies. Then supply. Paul's data pointed to high costs being a barrier, and I've heard Laura refer to the lack of housing supply as a key civil rights issue of our time. So we heard from Olivia Arena about a locally laser-focused affordable supply strategy with a promising start, but also a warning that, build it and they will own is not a given, which was a good segue to the next question that Jung and the rest of the panel addressed about how we facilitate access to credit so Latinos are able to achieve and then ultimately build wealth via home ownership. From the very beginning, our Latino Researcher Advisory Group stressed for us how important it is to focus on why home ownership matters. And so it was really appropriate that we finish by hearing about intergenerational wealth transfers. Throughout, we heard a few themes. I heard about the importance of trust and connection, both in terms of as a gateway to access to opportunity, but also in terms of data collection and us getting a really more accurate read on what's really happening. Second, we heard about the role of cultural and community context, which seemed to be very important to the issue of Latino home ownership. And finally, like any good research discussion, we raised more new, exciting questions, and we hope that today inspires us all to keep building on this work. So thank you very much for your role in all of it. Bye-bye.